Like I started off, family, it don't matter what your religion is. It's not about that. We gotta come together no matter what. We gotta help each other no matter what. If we don't, then our whole civilization, all of our people of color, will be destroyed. And that will be the first time in history that it ever happened. As we're about to read in the story of Exodus, it starts talking about how the oppressor had made a plan to destroy all the men in Israel. But we already know that they got a plan out here to destroy all the men. The story in the book of Exodus is very much like the story of today's time that we're going through today.
This prophet didn't say, well, you got to go get me a certain type of food. He said, I'm not eating nothing in this place because y'all are idolatry.
You're on mute.
Shabbat Shalom, family.
Shalom.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. May the Most High be praised. This is the Most High's day, the day that He has blessed us with, the weekly Shabbat. Shabbaton. That means don't do any work at all. So all of you who are watching us from your employer, place of employment, have a serious conversation with the Most High, because you're not supposed to be working on a Shabbat day today. It's a sacred day. 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work, but the seventh day is a sacred day, special day, a hallowed day, especially for the Almighty. And we are not supposed to do any work on His Shabbat day that He's blessed us with. All right. So if you are employed and you are forced beyond your will, to work on the Shabbat day, we have Shabbat excusal letters that we can give to you. We can send to you. You can give them to your employer, and your employer should recognize it and give you that day off. So anyone in need of that, then we have those letters for you. I learned that a long time ago by Dr. Moray Yoel. Dr. Moray Yoel, he was the one who taught us that you never bring up a problem unless you have a solution for the problem. So the solution we have for the problem of people working on a Shabbat day is that we have letters to give you that you can give to your employer and let your employer know that you have to get the Shabbat day off. Can you please put a muzzle on your child, please? Ma'am. That little boy is making too much noise. Please forgive us before we were so rudely interrupted. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. And Katir, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Sister Higdauya, Brother Kazu. My brother, I got to mess with him, make him smile a little bit. My brother, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Sukari, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Gabby, Shabbat Shalom. Ima Habared, Shabbat Shalom. Brother Aisha, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter in the house, Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, everyone. Sister Ornit, Sister Shemaiah, Shabbat Shalom. Ima, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised, everyone. May the Most High be praised. We're going to get it in today. We're going to have a great conversation today. Today, you're going to come with me and see my zeal for the Creator. Come with me and see my zeal for the Creator. All right, we're going to rock this, y'all. We're going to rock this. We're going to do this. And we're going to have a great time while doing This lady, whew. Wow. She's doing a bad job watching that little boy. That little boy right there is something. Put a muzzle on that little boy. Matter of fact, tie him up by his ankles and hang him upside down on the porch. Tie him up by his ankles so he stopped getting anywhere, stop doing anything. No, yeah, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I wouldn't want that to happen. No. Wouldn't want that to happen. May the Most High be praised. Let's keep it holy, Prince. Keep it holy. All right. Let's back to the lesson, y'all. Back to the lesson. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised, family. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom. Shanat Kwadash, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High be with you all. May the Most High be with you all. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's get started, family. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Brother Benjamin, Shabbat Shalom, my brother from the hot country, hot state, over there sweating. Shabbat Shalom. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Let's get it in. Let's get it in, y'all. Let's get it in. Let's go. So who would like to be first to thank the Most High for anything special? Who would like to go first? Anyone? Everyone? You can't all go at the same time. Who would like to go first to thank the Most High? Let the Most High know what you're grateful for.
I can go first.
All righty. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah.
Cain, Shabbat Shalom, Mishpachah. First and foremost, I am very grateful for the week that I've had, being able to go to and from work, the blessing of having a car available to do so.
What happened to your other car?
Well, my husband unfortunately put diesel in our other car and just was not paying attention to the fact that he put diesel in it. And when I dropped him off at the airport, him and baby Kez, they're in Georgia now, but when I dropped them off at the airport, the car started shaking and we were like, what the heck is going on? We thought something was wrong with it needed an oil change or something. We stopped to get the oil change and he put the new oil in and it was still messing up. It was actually getting worse the longer we were driving. And then he said something about gas. And I said, well, we always put in, not diesel, but whatever the one that's like the most expensive, that's not diesel, whatever that is, like the highest grade, right, of the regular gas. And then he stopped and paused. He said, oh, I said, what? He said, I think I put diesel in here. I said, what? He said, yeah, you just sparked that in me. And I think I put diesel in the car because I'm so used to putting diesel in the truck that I didn't realize I was putting diesel in this car. I said, wow, okay. So we're either sleepy or tired or something's happening. But yeah, that's what happened. He accidentally put diesel in the other car. So I had to drive my 2009 Saturn to work, which is fine. It's fine. But, my husband's been using it for work, and it's kind of beat up a little bit. It's a different car from the Benz, right? So, but nonetheless, it still works. It still has gotten me to and from work. There's been no problems with it, so I'm grateful to have that second vehicle, paid off second vehicle, no bills on the second vehicle. You know what I mean? So that's a blessing in itself. But yes, that's what happened. You got anything to say for yourself? Husband.
I work hard. That's all. Be working hard.
Yeah, he was tired. He must have been tired. So yeah, I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful to
What part of that you grateful for?
I just said it.
Oh, okay. I thought you might have been grateful that a lot of other things took place. You know, you have a car to drive.
That's what I said.
You got multiple vehicles, you know.
That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, I didn't hear that part. I must have been thinking about something else. Let me get
Yeah.
out to the conversation. It's your turn. May the Most High be praised.
Can I still continue?
Yes, you can continue. It's your turn. I'm being quiet.
Okay. So yes, I as I said, I am very grateful for having 2 cars and the ability to get back and forth from work because that car is still running, old faithful. I'm appreciative of that car. I'm also grateful for let's see, the ability to just be here, be present, be in the moment, to connect with the creator when I can, do fasts when I can, have the mindset to do fasts, because that's very important, just having the desire to do a fast and to connect with the creator, get an answer from the creator, whatever it may be. I'm grateful to have the desire within me to do those things. And I'm really hopeful to see my husband and son again tomorrow. They're supposed to be driving home tomorrow.
Telling all the business. Telling all the business. What are you telling all the business for?
That's business.
That's personal.
Oh, okay. I'm done now.
Suppose somebody want to get your husband. They say, you know what? He'll be home tomorrow, and I can sit outside the house and just wait. I mean, they would be in for a surprise, but you know, it is what it is. So let's get back to the lesson. Thank you very much. Very much. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Thank you for your thanks to the Creator. All right. Who's that? Who's that? Aim Katir. She says, I'm grateful to the Most High for another Shabbat day, health, strength, and sending messages of confirmation to aid us on the journey of life. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Even in the midst of chaos, the Most High is still phenomenal. I'm grateful for a peace of mind. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. I'm also grateful for wise little seeds who are also imprinting their marks in our children. That's Kanak Kodash. May the Most High be praised. He says, I'm grateful for wisdom, for spiritual freedom, for health. I'm grateful for being able to be comfortable in solitude of the Most High. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Imam Sukari says, grateful to be present among the faithful. May the Most High be praised. All right. All right. I saw another one earlier. The Most High is ready to bless us always, no matter where we are. Let him be your sanctuary by doing his law. May the Most High be praised. All right. Toda Most High for this sacred set-apart day, a day of mandatory rest and connection with the Most High. Maisha. All right. Yet will I be to them as a little sanctuary. Okay, I messed that up. My apologies. So Sister Higdalia, I don't know if this is her commandment, but it's coming out of the book of Ezekiel. So it's something that she wants me to read. Therefore says, thus saith the Most High, Ha Elohim, although I have cast them far off among the heathens, and although I have scattered them among all the countries, yet will I be to them a little sanctuary in the countries where they shall come. May the Most High be praised. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to thank the Most High at this time? Sister Laurel. Sister Laurel, she says, the cycle, therefore, a drop in temperature, sending my mind to Maine. But I've been told that it would never be like Maine. I've attended several funerals recently, and there are upcoming ones. Okay, may the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I think I might have missed something that she had up before. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't see it. May the Most High be praised. That's all right. You don't know what sensitive information is, so we'll have that talk about that later. We'll talk about that later. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? What about you?
Okay.
You want to thank the Most High? Okay, she want to thank the Most High. Read on, please.
Shabbat Shalom, Nekolam. All praises, all glory unto the Creator for this day, for His set apart day. Giving thanks to the Most High. Always thankful for His allowing us to arise on this day. Arise healthy, strong, capable. So I'm grateful for that. Always grateful for making it to the Shabbat day. It's one of the days of the week I look forward to the most. Yeah, I do. I love the Shabbat day. And so, yeah. And I'm thankful to the Creator for my parents, for my Barim, for everything that they have, yes, placed in me and my family and the community at large. Grateful to the Creator for my Ish and all the things that the Most High has blessed him with, to be able to be a leader, a father, a husband, a son, and just a hard worker for the job that the Most High has placed upon him. It's something serious to watch a man, your husband, and women can identify with this, do the work that he's ordained to do, and to be there to support him in those processes. So giving thanks to the Most High for that blessing. Thanks to the Creator for my children, my womb children, and my children that did not come from my womb. Just thankful for so many blessings that the Most High has placed upon my family, my blood immediate family, with my brothers and their success in their lives, with my cousins. Just so many positive things are going on in the midst of my family, and I'm just grateful because a lot of times I look and I just think about all the things that could have been our existence, and how our parents and aunts and uncles and grandparents really pushed us to do more and be more than what the world has tried to say we are. So I'm grateful and I'm thankful that we have stood strong together and separate, but that we always find a way to be together, come together and support one another. I'm grateful. My sister told me the other day, there's so much going on in this world, and we constantly say how we need to do this, do these things and do these things. But I'm super grateful because as a family, the outreach to come and want to grow food and be and start to really build, because people are truly understanding that in order for us to survive, especially right now in this day and time, with shutdowns, government shutdowns, and people losing their jobs, and people who truly 100, 1,000, 1,000,000% depend on SNAP benefits, EBT, are suffering right now, are going to be suffering in the very near future, like more than they've ever had. And so building on land, having land to grow food and to find refuge in is so important. And these are the times that the Most High has continuously spoken of and reminded us of. And so, I'm thankful that He has placed it in not just our hearts and our minds, but many people's hearts and minds to obtain land and to begin the process. So for the times like this, we're able to be an aid to those in need, to those truly in need. And so I pray that the Most High continues to bless the works of our hands, bless our minds, continues to allow us to attain the resources that we need to provide, that we need to make it a little easier. My husband and I spoke to a sister yesterday, and they're living in Belize, and the resources that she was talking to us about how they're surviving was so just incredibly amazing because, you know, it continuously, one thing I've learned in this walk of life, and as I continue to grow, is that using our resources is the most valuable thing we can do. If we continue to depend on the monies of the world and the material things of the world, we're not going to survive the way we need to. We have to learn how to utilize the resources that are around us, that are of this earth, that, you know, our ancestors did. If we look back, that's what they showed us. And so it was definitely a humbling experience to speak with the elder, and to just for her to share her knowledge with us, of living on land and some of the things we can do out here to sustain ourselves even better. So I'm grateful that the Most High allowed that conversation to be and for us to cross paths with her.
You sent her the link?
No, I don't. I don't have her personal number, so. But I'll do it. I'm super grateful. I'm just super grateful for life. You know, every day I learn something new. I'm grateful for the experience of running GHA at TK, and just the trials, the tribulations, the victories that come with that process, that job. But the most victorious is just listening to the Yellow Dean every day, the Tamadim students come in and be grateful and volunteer to want to pray, to want to recite the Shema, to just want to share their day with us. Yesterday, every month we have a different color that everybody wears on one Friday of the month. And yesterday was wear something brown. And a lot of the students didn't have like necessarily brown clothes, but I reminded them that every day we wear our brown, beautiful, strong skin. And just to see the smiles appear on all the children's faces once we started saying that, it just reminded me that, you know, we constantly have to encourage our children to love themselves, to appreciate who they are and who the Most High made them to be. And so, you know, those experiences continuously put a smile on my face and allow me to be grateful for the blessing of being in the midst of children. And just, it's a reminder that they keep you on your toes, you know. And so I'm grateful. And I'm grateful for this. Yes, our bonus son, who, as y'all can see, wants to have conversation. But he's definitely kept me on my toes these 2 weeks. And, you know, Alban has grown and he's just so intelligent. And I'm grateful, you know, to the Most High for that, because they will keep you young and vibrant and busy. So the Most High, thank you.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything else? Anyone else?
He said his thank you.
Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? Now is the time to do so. Shabbat Shalom, my brother Maria Mazaya Ben Lewi. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. All right. No one else want to thank the Most High at this time? Then I will. I'd like to thank the Most High for portions of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And I say portions because if he gave us all of his wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, we couldn't contain it. Not in these physical bodies. Probably not even in the etheric body. You know, Most High is awesome. And I'm grateful for the little bit that he does do for us. I mean, the lot that he does for us, but the little bit is what my mind is simply thinking on, the little things that we take for granted, that we overlook, that we look at. And just like today, I pull up here at the temple. Just like today, I pulled back up here at the temple. And before I came into the temple, I just sat outside and looked around. And as I looked around, I looked at the grass being cut, the trees blowing in the wind, the coolness of the air. You know, I just took it all in and I had to take the time to thank the Creator for things that we think oftentimes are small things. They're not. To me, they're not. Because I remember back many years ago, we were in need of some land somewhere to live in a country somewhere. And none of this was there. None of this was in our lives. But the Most High has blessed us with it. We have it now. 110 acres of land that we can house families, help feed people, and help clothe people, and provide a place for people to stay. And it's awesome, man. It's awesome. This is what Israel is all about, helping others. And we're in position now to begin the process of really helping others. You know, I've always felt in my mind about spiritual leaders, and people misunderstand what being a spiritual leader is. It's easy when you are a spiritual leader and people only come to you for advice. And sometimes it's even easy when they come to you for a couple of hours if you got a nice sized congregation, because you will be taking in money so you can give them a couple of hours. It's easy to do that. But it's very difficult to be a spiritual leader when people are really in time of need. And what I mean is they have nowhere to live. They have nothing to eat. You might feed them for a day, but very few spiritual leaders are going to show the essence of being a spiritual leader and move you in their home, put you in their house, or even have the ability to set you up where you can get on your feet and begin to live again, begin to be happy again, begin to thrive again. Very few people that call themselves today and that we call spiritual leaders are able to really be spiritually leading the people of Yisrael in time of need. It was very few. And I am grateful for those who are, but I thank the Most High for the ability to know the difference between a spiritual leader who's a real spiritual leader and someone who just sitting in a position and giving counsel to people. There is a difference. But I'm grateful, to be on this end of the Most High's blessings, to be able to do what the Most High says for us to do in the scriptures, and that's to help people. It's one thing just to talk and teach every weekend, but it's a completely different world when somebody needs and you're really there to help. And you actually help to get that person, a grown man, can't feed his family. He comes to you and says, well, Prince, this is what we need. And if you're in position, or he comes to you and say, Brother Kezu, this is what we need. And Brother Kezu say, you know what? I got what you need. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to make a call. When that call comes back, 3:00 this afternoon, I want you and your family to head out to such and such. I'm going to send a car to pick y'all up. Matter of fact, I'm going to send a truck to pick y'all up, to take you down to my brother over there, and you're going to be cool. People don't understand the power in all those words. For my brother to be in a position to be able to help somebody else to change the trajectory of their lives is a powerful thing. And I'm grateful to the Most High that we have people like that who can do wonderful things to help people be better individuals. And I'm grateful for it. And I'm thankful for it. May the Most High be praised. I'm thankful for all of you. For without all of you, there will be no us. There'll be no reason for us to be here. No reason for us to do what we do. You can't imagine how many times I say, you know what, I'm done with this. I ain't on this no more. And the next thing I know, I hear somebody say, well, Prince, I've been needing your class. Where you at? I haven't heard from you. And then I got to get up and go and do what the Most High has called me to do again. stand in a position and help his people and feed his people, house his people, lead his people, teach his people, serve his people, serve his people, serve his people. And I proudly say that I'm a service. I am a servant to the people of the Most High. And I'm grateful. I'm grateful because he didn't have to allow it to be. You know, he didn't have to allow it to be, but yet he did. And I'm grateful. So I wanted you all to think about this for a minute, but this new government shutdown thing that they got, where the government is shut down for X amount of days and X amount of weeks and possibly X amount of months. And this thing right here is supposed to be taking place, I think, on Yom Rishon tomorrow or Tuesday, where they're cutting off the food stamps from anybody.
Today.
It's today?
The first.
I thought it was the 4th. Okay, well, if it's today, it's today. Where they're cutting off the food stamps, the public assistance from everybody who need food stamps, not the people who are abusing it, but the people who need it. You know, mark my words, but this is just the beginning. You know, we got our brothers and sisters over there in Chicago. ICE is up in their houses, locking people up, beating up people, mistreating people, taking people, and abusing people's rights. They're abusing the rights of citizens, people who grew up in this country, born in this country, who have went to war for this country, are now being victimized and brutalized by the government that they trust in. These things are real, but this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what you are about to see in the very, very near future. Within the next day, the next week, the next month, the next year, is going to continuously be an add-on of something that we never believed would actually take place with us in this country happening. And we've been talking this same talk for a long time. Come, get some land. Move on to some land. Build a community. You know, but people don't want to leave these cities. They don't want to leave what's going on in the city. First thing is going to happen is when they shut out, and these things been shut out, and little kids need to eat, and women need to eat. And this pregnant woman, this husband has a wife, she needs to eat. What do you think he's going to do to get the money when he can't get a job? Their food stamps ain't coming in quick enough. What do you think he's going to do to get? He's going to do whatever he has to do by any means necessary. And it's going to start in the cities. Out here in the country, a lot of people growing food already. It ain't the same. Not that it ain't going to happen out here, but it won't be the same. And they might come past and steal some food out your garden, but they ain't going to do that to you in the city. They're going to hurt you. They're going to harm you. They're going to rob you. We got to get out of these cities, especially these major cities. I looked on the list the other day, and Philadelphia was number 9 on the ranks of the most dangerous cities in America. New York and then was way up at the top of the list. But you gotta, y'all, my family, we have to realize that it's time for us to flee these cities and find us. My sister put it up earlier, Ezekiel 11th chapter, the 16th verse. Find us a sanctuary of the Most High in the midst of these places where he is blessed, he has caused his spirit to reside, and that's where we need to be. We got to get out of these cities, family. It's only going to get worse, and it's going to be multiplied. The danger, the suffering, those things are going to be multiplied in the city because the people are crowded together. You look out your front door, you see your neighbors. You look to your left, you see your neighbors. You look to your right, you see your neighbors. You can stand on the front door in the country and you won't see your neighbor for a long time. You got to walk a long distance to see your neighbor. And if you got a little bit of security, the more people you got, the better. And then the security, the better. The animals like protection dogs, the better. Those things are not happening in a city like that. We can't. It don't happen like that. But we here, family, for anyone wishing to, rethink their living arrangements. Maybe we can help you find a place out in the country somewhere that will be good for you. Don't necessarily mean you're going to come here, because a lot of people ain't going to be welcome here. It's just the reality of all this. But if there's anything that we can do to help you to find where you can, somewhere that's comfortable for you, that's suitable for you, then maybe we can help you. Maybe you got a couple hours, you can buy some land, and then we can help you to purchase some land. We will do whatever we need to do to help our people because we're here to serve our people. And a lot of you, we've been talking for a long time about come out of her. And you say, well, I like it here. I love it here. I work here. I live here. My children are here. My mother's here. My father's here. And I'm going to stay here. Then you stay right there. Stay right there. But when that hell breaks loose, don't come knocking then saying, I want to be a part of it. No, be a part of it now while we're just getting started, while we're building. Invest like we're investing. Time. We sleep in campers. Come, tents. We even sleep in tents. Come and invest your time now so that when the hell break loose, you'll be all right. You don't have to worry about the danger. You don't have to worry about the chaos. It was not as much. Not as much. We have water that comes up out of the ground. We're working on that now. That water comes up out of the ground. And we talked to a sister yesterday who informed us about building houses with trees that's already on the land. Lumber that we can acquire from the lumber. We can do it, family. That's all I'm saying. We can do it. But if you keep investing in these cities, thinking that these cities is going to save you and protect you when hell break loose, the government is on strike. What do you think is next? Can you imagine the police department being on strike? Whoa, what's going to happen when the police go on strike? The police has a clause in their law where they can't strike. Well, how come the government don't have that? Yeah, we got a lot to think about, family. We got a whole lot to think about. But we got to stop thinking. We got to start acting. I've been selling everything I own in Philadelphia and any other state. I've been trying to get rid of all this stuff because I know when that hell break loose, I don't want be tied to none of that stuff. When that hell break loose, it's going to be real. And a lot of people are going to suffer. And I'm just trying to prepare myself for the best possible situation that we can be in here in the country. You know, just trying to get myself ready for that transition because I know it's coming. I know it's coming. You can't see the handwriting on the wall. A blind man can see that that's coming. And it's closer than what you think. But, you know, what can I say? Who am I? Keep on doing what you're doing. Keep playing church, you know, showing up on the Shabbat, saying Shabbat Shalom, wearing your fringes, but not living the reality of this truth. The Most High says in the law, when you go into captivity, build ye houses, plant you vineyards, and marry, because you're going to be there for a while. And we've been here for a long while, and the majority of us haven't done none of those things. But it's time, family. I promise you, it's time. It's happening. It's right before your face right now. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Go ahead. Can you can't get into any of that stuff? Yeah, you can do all that stuff. Not in, oh yeah, I wasn't finished that. Yeah. But she has something before that. She says, Sister Laurel says, I'm thankful to be on the land, to be in the land of the living, and not in a sick care bed or disabled. Have mercy, Most High, have compassion. Todah, Most High, for preserving, protecting, providing for us and our beloved ones. Todah Rabbah, for power to move forward in confidence. May the Most High be praised, knowing whom we trust. May the Most High be praised. Todah Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Okay, go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom. I did forget to give thanks to the Creator for protecting my back, our daughter Ezra Money, She was to travel yesterday, and her flight first had delayed it, and then eventually it canceled it. And then she put it in our group chat, and then my son sent screenshots of the news flashing on the camera about how air traffic controllers were not reporting to work because of the shutdown, and how many flights were basically at a standstill in different airports, all these delays and cancellations. And so I was thankful, that she was able to be, she didn't get out of the state yet, and she's not stranded somewhere where we can't, help her. She was able to make it home, in time for the Shabbat. But what they did was they rescheduled her without talking to her to fly today with a layover. And I was like, no, you need to call them or go and say something before you leave to cancel that. Because one, my thoughts were if she can't travel on Shabbat. But even if they scheduled her for Sunday with a layover, I told her you don't want a layover anyway. You want a straight flight if you're going to, be able to get on, because you don't want to be stranded in another city too far away from everybody and we can't help you. So, that reminded me too of just being prepared, because, we make all these plans, but this government, whatever it's doing, and all the things that's happening, they're not worried about the plans that you make. So be mindful if you are traveling to be prepared to be stuck some places and to be able to have someone to be able to call on. So if you're gonna travel, just make preparation for just in case you have to be stuck somewhere for days before you can get back to your home. So that's all I'm saying.
All right, and the Most High be praised. To the Rabbah. Sister Higdalia, or Brother Kezu, I believe it's Sister Higdalia. She says, I'm simply thankful for everything. Too many things to itemize. And I agree. Even the hardship which strengthens me or corrects me, all brings understanding. May the Most High be praised. Blessed be the name of the Creator. From everlasting to everlasting, may he always be praised. Brother Kezu said, I will be heading out that way this week, Most High willing. All right, Brother Kezu, factual, okay. Log pattern sounds viable. Okay. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Bahira, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else want to thank the Most High before we move forward to the commandments? Did anyone else want to thank the Most High before we move forward to the commandments? Sister Bahira, Brother Asa, Brother Kezu, any of you want to thank the Most High? And anybody else in the audience? We got 2,000 people showing up. We got anybody else in the audience want to thank the Most High? Now will be a great time to thank the Creator. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. All right. So we got nobody else that want to thank the Most High. Sister Dosiah, Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. All right, Brother Asa says, I am thankful for keeping my family in Jamaica safe. Hurricane Melissa was devastating. May the Most High be praised. Brother Kezu says, thank the Most High for his constant guidance. Sister Dosiah says, Torah for this life and blessings to be here in the land of the living. May the Most High be praised. Torah. A lot of people don't really understand what it's like to be in the land of the living. You want to say something?
Yeah, he reminded me.
Okay, go ahead.
Shabbat Shalom, family. There is a Brother Asa Torah for that reminder, because there's a lot of people who are suffering in Jamaica right now. And then I have a group that is reaching out to families to find out if they have families in Jamaica. If you do, and you don't have my information, you can send the name of your family to Maish, because there's a group that's of philanthropists that are trying to help, the local people whom, don't have just immediate help, or and families can't give them aid. So if you can send those numbers, and if any sisters who have my number and know people there, you can send me their names and we'll add them to the list. And then it's a standby list. So as they give funds and things like that, we'll be able to let you know when it starts and things like that for your family to get some reprieve from this terrible storm. I've seen all the footage and it's really devastating. So.
All right. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Sister Dosiah says, Toda the Most High for considering us, for blessing us to know him and his light. Please continue to guard your angels concerning us, your people. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Absolutely. So much going on out here in this world. And I often wondered if that tornado was man-made. I often wonder that, because they got a war against our people. So you never know. You never know. I don't know how I did that.
You back in?
Yeah, I'm back in now. May the Most High be praised. I must have did something. All right. Yeah, I'm trying to. Brother Kezu, please forgive me. Give me a second, please. All right, let's see where we at. Brother Kezu says he's Todah for the Most High for his mercy and not allowing these nations to wipe us out. Yeah, he said he promised us in the book of Jeremiah, I believe it is, 31 and like 34, 35, somewhere around there, where he said he wouldn't allow that to happen as long as the sun rose in the sky and shined in the sky and the seas roared and the stars remained the luminaries in the heavens. The Most High said would never cut off the seed of Israel from existing before him. So we're grateful for that. All right. Ima Dereshia says, Shabbat Shalom. Thank the Most High. I am on behalf of us all who are not experiencing his wrath throughout this earth as we speak. Psalms 91, Psalms 46, Psalms 25, Isaiah 40, and Isaiah 54. 17, these verses are also my commandments participating for this I am Shabbat day. All praise to the Most High. Shalom, shalom. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Anyone else want to thank the Most High for anything special? And Ima Dereshia, if you can come in, you can come in. I don't know if your mic is going to, I don't know if your system is going to allow you. I don't know if your system is going to allow you to do it. But I tell you what you can do. If you call my phone, I can put your voice on the phone. And if it's something you want to say, that people can hear you. So if you call my phone, then I'll put the speaker on the phone so everyone can hear you. Ima Dereshia would like to speak to the family. So if you call me, Ima, then I can put the phone on speaker and let everyone hear you as you speak. Toda Rabbah. Is there anyone else who'd like to thank the Most High for anything special at this time? Oh yeah, I just received instructions. People don't be afraid to like share, and subscribe and ring the bell to the page. We got like, how many likes we got? 4, 6 likes? How many likes we got?
11.
We got 11?
Yes.
Iman said we got 11 likes and we supposed to have 2,000 likes. So Iman said, if you can, please go like, share, and subscribe to the page so that the algorithm can be affected, so more people can see what's going on. Because when I go in and I put in Beulah, which was a surprise to me, there's a whole lot of Beulah. But the ones that I'll be watching, it's a movie. It's an actual movie about the olden days, and it's called Beulah, and they got over 2 million something subscribers. So that puts them at the top of the list when you put Beulah in. So then you put at Temple Kifarim, and it'll help. But with everyone liking and everyone constantly and everyone sharing, it builds up the algorithm, and it will help us to be in better position to reach people so that they can watch the videos. So may the Most High be praised. All right, we're going to go to the commandments now. This is the time for the commandments before we get into our lessons of the day. Does anyone have a commandment for today? Who would like to be first to put forward that commandment that we all totally forgot about and forgot existed? Who would like to be first? Who would like to be first to put up their commandment? You know, we had classes the other day where we were talking about leadership. And we were talking about some of the things that leadership do and how they treated some of the people and just some of the ways that they wasn't doing their job to properly serve and service the people of the Most High. So I'm trying to find this video this brother sent me about one of the people in a position of leadership who helped him, who sold him a house. And I'm not going to say any names. I'm not going to say any names, but I would like, if I could find a video, I want to put it up because I thought it was just devastating how a brother in position of leadership was so willing to help, to line their own pockets. Now, there's 2 sides to every story, right? I couldn't wait to hear the other side of the story. But, I can't find a video. If I could find, we say, if I find it, I'm going to play it. I'm going to show the family this because this was amazing. No, you can't. Bro, if you live here with me, man. Oh, here it goes. Oh, we got it. I got knocked out. Did I get knocked out? Yeah, I got knocked out. Hold on. There's my wife messing with me. I can't wait to share this video that this brother sold this brother a house. And the brother went to move into the house and saw the house and was so upset that he almost did. Well, I ain't gonna say what he was almost did. None of that matters. But I just want to get your views on how the leadership in Israel, while you're looking for your commandment, of course, I'm going to do all this while you're looking for your commandment. How a lot of the people in our community are treating people. Now, let me go back and let me drop this down. Let me drop this down and let me share this screen. And if you notice, brother, don't say nothing because we didn't hear the other side of the story. And you know, I'm just going to share the side of the story that I received. I don't know this to be true. I didn't witness it. Neither did I get to speak to the other brother in reference to what was said. But I just wanted to play this. Let me see if I can turn the sound off because I don't want no names to be spoken in the video. But look at this house. This house was given to a brother from another brother for him to buy to move in. And he was told that it was able to be moved into when he got there. The brother traveled a long way to move into this house, thinking that the house was livable. It didn't have to be perfect, but he just thinking that the house was livable. And this is what the house looked like. Watch this. Wait till you see the bathroom floor. This is a leader, spiritual leader, he said, that sold him this house. Look at that's the back door right there, y'all. That's the back door boarded up like that. It's a shame. It's not funny like I'm laughing at the brother. I'm laughing at the brother who actually sold this to somebody and said, I got a place for you that's livable. He go to the bathroom. Look at the toilet floor going through the floor right there. The toilet is going through the floor. And this is the house. Look at the mold on the walls. Electric system is gone. It's all demolished. It's all gone. That's the back door again. Look at the floors boarded up. And he actually told them, from what the brother said, again, I didn't question anybody, so I don't know if everything was completely accurate, but from the source that told me he had these issues, this is how the brother sold him a house that he traveled so far to move right into. This is ridiculous. Look at this. Look at this. Mold, mildew, stains on the ceiling. This is beyond what we are supposed to be doing for our people. In position of leadership, you're supposed to be there to help people, not hurt people. And then it's just, the story is horrible. If the brother wanted to come up and speak, he's able to come up and speak if that's what he wanted to do. But I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to leave it alone. I just wanted to share with you what some of the spiritual leaders out here in our community is doing to people. But what I will say is this. This one brother, I thank the Creator for his strength, his spiritual strength, his spiritual endurance. This one brother that we're speaking of has almost completely turned his back from people in Israel because of the constant behavior that he sees constantly within a nation. It's a turnoff. It turns him off. People lying, people don't keep their word, people not standing up to be men. You know, it's so unhonorable in our nation with a lot of people that a lot of people are turned away and looking in a different direction. We can't be that light if people can't trust us, especially when new people come in our midst. When new people come in our midst, we're supposed to be there for them to help them to grow, to build, to see a new world other than the world that they understood prior to meeting us. We're supposed to open their eyes to the reality of the Creator and how life can be by being men and women of our word. That's who we're supposed to be. But not enough of us are understanding and living in that truth, especially if you're a spiritual leader. Especially if you're a spiritual leader. You have to even take it to a higher level of performance and excellence as a spiritual leader. Now, that brother was given that house to live in that condition. He packed all his stuff up and moved from one state, was about 5 hours away, 7 hours away, to another state. And that's what he was met with. It was a very big disappointment. Very big disappointment. So may the Most High be acceptance of our errors and our mistakes and help us to get better. May he help us get better. What'd you say? That wasn't no mistake. She said that wasn't no mistake. Yeah, it looks like somebody trying to take over advantage of somebody else, and that's not good. The brother said he asked him, was it in decent shape? He said, yeah, you can move in. So he came down there ready to move in, and that's the condition it was in. May the Most High have mercy on his people. But these are a lot of the people that you put your trust in. You walk with these people every day. You smile with these people, you talk to these people, and you live up underneath with these people. And it's just a shame. It's just a shame. That's right. Non-livable at all. He would have had to get a hotel or something, spending money he didn't plan to. Cry. That's crazy. That's exactly what he did. He went into a hotel for a good 3 or 4 weeks trying to get everything back together again. And that's what he had to do, trusting in leadership. But we ain't like that, y'all. We got it going on the right way because we love our people and the people of the Most High. Yeah, how about that? How about the fear of the Most High? Where was the fear of the Most High at and all that when you did that? You know, where was it? I don't know. I'm going to leave it alone because I ain't talked to the other brother yet. So, and I don't think I'm going to talk to the other brother. I think I'm going to leave it just like it is because I already know. I can't get a straight answer, so I might as well just leave it alone, let it be, and do what I got to do to continue to serve the people. But I pray that the Most High would help the brother who has lost so much in trusting leadership that was unrighteous leadership.
No.
All right. My brother Kezu was the first to put up his command. I believe he was the first. And this is what it says, Leviticus 17:12. Say to the Israelites, none of you shall eat blood, nor may any foreigner reside among you eat blood. And his explanation is that the law means if you choose to eat basar is flesh. If you choose to eat flesh, you nor anyone among you may eat the blood with the meat. Now that's a very good commandment because we still got a lot of people who eat basar. We still got a lot of people who eat meat. It is supposed to be poured out onto the ground and cooked entirely out of the meat. Well, let's think about it for a minute. There's a lot of people right here, right now, within the sound of my voice who still eat meat. And this I know. You still eat meat. But in order to get the blood out of the meat, you're supposed to soak the blood in salt water for many hours to get the blood out of the meat. Look it up on YouTube like you do most things. And YouTube will tell you how long you have to soak the blood, soak the meat in the salt water for how long to get all the blood out of it. Do your research. Because if you don't prior soak the meat, what you're doing is you're cooking the blood in the meat. So you're still eating the meat with the blood in it. But the Creator says you're supposed to get the blood out of the meat before you consume it. But that ain't what we do. A lot of us take the meat, process the meat, we cook the meat, and then we eat it. So we actually eat and cook blood also. But if you want to fall in the auspices of the laws of the Almighty, and which a lot of us do, you have to soak that meat in water, salt water, for a period of time. And then you're able to cook it, eat it. But if not, then you're violating the laws of the Creator and you're not getting the meat out of the blood out of the meat, which we are supposed to do. So therefore, that's a great commandment. My brother has brought forth a great commandment. And we should begin to look at these things, to examine these things, and to consider these things. He says, if it's not bleeding, it's not considered fresh, I guess. If it's not bleeding, it's not considered fresh. I would say, without exaggeration, 80% of the food, the meat in the supermarkets are not fresh. 80% of them, maybe a little higher. They're re-dyed, recolored, repackaged,
Sick.
and then put back out again several days after they've been already sitting out on the shelf and didn't sell. And they're not frozen. The majority of it just sits in a cold box to keep it a little chilled. So you can come in, the flesh eaters, I'm talking to all the flesh eaters, so you can come in and get that flesh, take it home thinking you got something fresh, cook it up, and then eat it. So we don't eat flesh, so we stay away from that. Soon, very few people will be eating flesh soon. And chicken is unclean. Every opportunity I get to say this, I'm going to say it so you'll learn. Chicken is unclean. And anybody still eating chicken and call themselves a servant of the Most High has not done their research carefully, may have never learned that chicken was unclean, or just ignorant to doing the laws of the Most High. Just choose not to do the laws of the Creator, one or the other. And if anyone who has come here constantly, then you already know chicken is unclean and is something that we should not be partaking of. We should not be eating chicken. And if you're still eating chicken, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you, because I'm not the only one that's promoting this. There are a lot of people that's letting you know that chicken is unclean. Turkey also. Turkey is unclean. And my brother Antoine Harrell is the one who brought that out to the public. Antoine Harrell. And Sister Yo Sheriff, they brought that up to the public. He went looking for chicken, came back, found out turkey was unclean. Yes, they are. Yeah, turkeys do look like vultures. Absolutely. They even got a turkey vulture. They got a turkey named Turkey Vulture. May the Most High be praised. All right, let's get it on, y'all. Let's get it on. Where we at? Any more commandments being spoken today? Ishi, you got a commandment for me? Iman, you got a commandment?
I do.
All right, come on up. Get your commandment. Did we do it?
No, it's in the chat.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Let's see. I don't see it.
I mean, Aim Sakari used to.
Ain't Sakari did a commandment? Oh, yeah, she did the first one. I don't see it. Okay, you got it? Leviticus 27. Yeah. Leviticus 27.
She might come out here.
Isha, you gonna come up and do your commandment?
Sure, but I don't understand it. That's what I put in the chat.
All right, let's go to it.
Leviticus chapter 27, beginning at verse 1. And the Creator spoke unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, When a man shall make a singular vow, the person shall be for the Creator by the estimation. And thy estimation shall be of the male from 20 years old even unto 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver, after the shekel of the sanctuary. And if it be a female, then thy estimation shall be 30 shekels. And if it be from 5 years old, even unto 20 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 20 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. And if it be from a month old, even unto 5 years old, then thy estimation shall be of the male 5 shekels of silver, and for the female thy estimation shall be 3 shekels of silver. And if it be from 60 years old and above, if it be a male, then thy estimation shall be 15 shekels, and for the female 10 shekels. But if he be a poorer man, then thy estimation.
Here's your answer in this verse right here. Read on.
But if he be a poor man, but if he be poorer than thy estimation, then he shall present himself before the priest, and the priest shall value him according to his ability. That vow shall the priest value him.
Keep reading.
And if it be a beast, whereof men bring an offering unto the Creator, all that any man giveth of such unto the Creator shall be holy. He shall not alter it, nor change it, a good for a bad, or a bad for a good. And if he shall at all exchange beast for beast, then it and the exchange thereof shall be holy. And if it be any unclean beast of which they do not offer a sacrifice unto the Creator, then he shall present the beast before the priest. And the priest shall value it, whether it be good or bad, as thou valuest it. Who art the priest, so shall it be.
Now, this part right here is going to kind of like even clear up a lot more of what this chapter is talking about. Next verse.
Verse 13, but if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a fifth part thereof unto thy estimation.
You know what it mean by redeem?
Buy back.
Yeah, he wants it back. He changed his mind. After he gave it, now he want it back. This is the process. Each person was required to give a certain amount to the Most High. And then if they didn't keep their word, in order for them to be redeemed, they had to pay back their way. Read on, let's see.
But if he will at all redeem it, then he shall add a fifth part thereof unto thy estimation. And when a man shall sanctify his house to be holy unto the Creator, then the priest shall estimate it, whether it be good or bad, as the priest shall estimate it, so it shall stand.
And once the priest put a price on it, if the man comes back to get his house, he has to pay the price for that house in order for the house to be returned back to him. He has to pay that price in gold and silver or whatever. Same thing with the life of a person, same thing with that of a cattle. Anything that you offer to the Most High that you want to take back, the priest has to put a value on it. You have to pay that value, and then you can take it back. And if you can't afford to pay the value, oftentimes you had to work it off. You don't, if you want to continue. Or if you have understanding, you may stop.
Well, my understanding was more so about the verses 2 through 6. Not
It's talking about, read it again. It's talking about people who are valued before the Most High with a service or a job that they have to do. And if that person decides they don't want to do this or they can't do that, then they have to pay a price to get out of that service. Read on. Read it.
So,
Again.
okay. So when it says, when a man shall make a singular vow, the persons shall be for the Creator by the estimation. So the Creator is saying, when you make a vow.
No, hold on for a second. That means that the priest shall evaluate that person based on its vow and say, this is the price. If the person doesn't keep their vow, their service to the Most High, if they don't fulfill their portion, then they have to pay that price. A lot of the people vowed the lives of their children to the Most High and then took it back. So they would have to pay. They would have to pay a certain amount. If it's a man, if it's a woman, if it's an old man who made the vow or who was vowed to the Most High, this is the price of the estimation that had to be paid. You with me so far?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so go ahead. What's your question?
No, that's it. That's all I want. That was it.
Yeah. And thy estimation shall be of the male for 20 years old, even until 60 years old. Even thy estimation shall be 50 shekels of silver after the shekel of the sanctuary. And then it goes on and it speaks about the females and then being redeemed and all those things. Well, those amounts that was placed on that individual had to be paid in order for that individual to be redeemed, or if they broke their vow, that this is what they had to pay. A lot of people took the vow of a Nazarite. Now, the vow of a Nazarite doesn't require any money, financial payment, but it is a vow. And if the priest put a value on it and you broke your vow, then the priest will require X amount of dollars from you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically what it is. Any other questions?
Nope. All
All right. That's why the Most High says it's best that you don't vow. Because if you do vow and you don't pay it up, there's always a price, one way, shape, or form. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. Sister Ornette. Sharon Ephraim, Shabbat Shalom, sis. Sharon. All right, Ima Sakari put Deuteronomy 30 and 15. It says, see, I have set before thee this day life and good. Life is good, and death is evil. Death and evil. I choose life and good understanding, that it may, that is what I know the Most High grants me, not the way of dead and evil, death and evil, dead and evil. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. Is that the only one I missed? I believe that is. Brother, I didn't get to it yet. I'm scrolling down the list. What's this? What's this? Better sheet. Okay. Brother Asa, Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom, my brother. He says, this is my commandment, or this is my covenant which you guard between me and you. Better sheet, Genesis chapter 17, verse 10. And your seed after you, every male child among you is to be circumcised. All right, that's the commandment. And his explanation is, it is a sign of a covenant that set us apart from generations. May the Most High be praised. Very, very much. Very good. Sister Ornette, Shabbat Shalom. This is the part of our day. Babe, I can't compete. This is the part of our day, sis, where we're giving the commandments to the Most High. You missed the praise and worship portion. Now this is the part where we're giving the commandments. Genesis 41 and 1. Genesis 41 and 1. Let me get there. Genesis 41 and 1. It says, it came to pass at the end of 2 full years that Pharaoh dreamed, and behold, he stood by the river. Explanation. Pharaoh, 2 disturbing dreams about the future of Mitzrayim, Egypt. Joseph's freedom and rise to power. The 7 years of plenty and years of famine. Significant dreams given by the Most High for survival. May the Most High be praised. All right. May the Most High be praised. All right. Brit at Oxen. Yeah, the circumcision. All right. Are there any other commandments that we might have missed? Did you give your commandment? You want to give a commandment? Huh? No, you can just give your commandment. Anyone else want to give a commandment? Come on, y'all, let's go. Before we get started, we got to get this here. process going. It's 12:20 now. We got to give our commandments. All right, there you go.
All right. Shabbat shalom. My law, rather, or my commandment can be found in the book of Leviticus, Vayikra, chapter 13, verse 47 through 52. It's really a long verse, or it's really a long law. So I'm only going to read a portion of it, and then you all can read more on. Basically, it's talking about the disposing of the garments of a leper. And it reads, verse 47, when the plague of leprosy is in a garment, whether it be woolen garment or linen garment, or in the warp or in the woof, whether they be of linen or of wool, or in a skin, or in anything made of skin. If the plague be greenish or reddish in the garment, or in the skin, or in the warp, or in the woof, or in anything of skin, it is the plague of leprosy, and shall be shown unto the priest. And the priest shall look upon the plague, and shut up that which hath the plague 7 days. And he shall look on the plague on the 7th day. If the plague be spread in the garment, or in the warp, or in the woof, or in the skin, whatever service skin is used for, the plague is a malignant leprosy. It is unclean. Verse 52. And he shall burn the garment, or the warp, or the woof, whether it be of wool or of linen, or anything of skin, wherein the plague is. For it is a malignant leprosy, it shall be burnt in the fire. And so I'm going to stop there. That particular part of the law, of the garment, talks about what has to be found in the garment of leprosy for it to be burnt. If you go further, it talks about what form of leprosy it will be if the garment can be washed. So basically, this whole section is just basically letting you know how to dispose or clean a garment that has been deemed by the priest to be a plague, or what it says, malignant leprosy, which is unclean. Some of the garments can be washed, but if you read further into this chapter, it'll tell you, well, into these verses and that. The end of chapter 13, it tells you of what form of leprosy calls for the garments to be burnt, washed, and for how long they have to be shut up into a space. And this is deemed by the priest. So, take home.
All right. May the Most High be praised. You forgot something.
What?
You forgot somebody.
Your package. Come on, you little one.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Tell the Rabbah. All right. I take it that we have no more commandments now. Is that right? No one else wishes to give a commandment. So now it's time for us to get started with our lesson today. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not murder. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not lie. Okay. Brother Kezu has another commandment. Okay. Leviticus 19:3. Leviticus 19:3. Leviticus 19:3. It says, ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Shabbat. I am the Most High, your Elohim. And the brother says, each of you must respect your mother and father, and you must observe my Sabbaths. I am the Most High, Eloheka, your power. All right. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Any questions or comments before we move on? Now, the question and comments can be anything under the sun, whatever it may be. Whatever your questions may be.
So I do have a question about the law I just read.
You want to come up, please? We have our first question of the day. Here it is. Is the heat still on?
Yeah.
You got to close the door then.
The first question of the law, the question I have about the law is, so when I read my law, right, and it said it had to be reviewed by the priest to determine which form of leprosy it is. So is that to say, like, now, because in this stage, this where we are, we would more go to the doctors, but they were talking about not even our bodies, but our garments. So how do we determine now if we have such a disease or something like that to the form of leprosy, if it needs to be burned, if we can't go to the priest to have it determined?
You have to determine it for yourself if you don't have a priesthood. Just like you would do anything else, pray to the Most High, fast, and allow that understanding to come to you. If that's what leprosy is, if you know pretty much what leprosy is, and if you find that you have leprosy to that degree, then just follow the prescribed laws of the Creator. Hopefully no one will have that disease, but what can we say? It is self-explanatory. Honor your parents in the Shabbat. But what if your parents do observe Shabbat? What are you asking? What if your parents don't observe Shabbat? You still honor your parents. There's no way for you to get around honoring your mother and your father. No way. But to honor them don't mean that you have to obey them. That's not what it means by honor. A centralized Aim Katir says, Deuteronomy 12, 1 through 7. All right, let's see what Deuteronomy 12, 1 through 7 is. Deuteronomy 12, 1 through 7. Why do I feel like I'm not giving enough attention to this commandment that the brother put up about honoring your parents? All right, let me talk about this for a second before I move on to A. Because this is a very real situation today. We have Israelites who grow up learning this truth later on in life, but their parents don't do this law. And because their parents don't do this law, a lot of them don't associate with their parents. A lot of them feel like it's okay to be disrespectful to their parents, to even despise their parents sometimes, and say nasty, all type of nasty and vulgar things to their parents. It's on that level. It's on that level. And a lot of it is based around their religious beliefs. Why do we allow religion to get into our way of being with those who are closest to us or could be closest to us? Why do we allow religion to get in the way? The Most High didn't give us religion. The Most High gave us laws and commandments. That's what the Creator gave us. Now, these laws and the commandments, you will see nowhere in these laws and the commandments and where it will say, if your mother or your father don't serve me, then don't honor them. You won't see that. But you will see where it says, honor thy father and thy mother, period. So therefore, you honor your father and you honor your mother. That's just what the Creator commands for us to do. So that's what we have to do. But to honor them doesn't mean if they're not keeping Shabbat, that you go over their house and do what they're doing by not keeping Shabbat just because they're your parents. That's not honoring them. Revere and reverence and respect them is what the Father's speaking of. Because they were the ones that the Most High used to bring you into existence. Therefore, you honor them. My wife gets up here and she thanks her parents every time she gets an opportunity to thank the Creator. And neither of her parents lived this way of life. Neither of them. but yet she still thanks the Most High for them. She's still honoring them. So there it is. And there's a way, when you leave religion out of the midst of all of this, there's a way that you can honor them and never dishonor the Creator. And that's where a lot of us go wrong so much. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. I pray that I've helped in your understanding of that scripture. Aim Katir says Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 1 to 7. Deuteronomy chapter 12, verse 1 to 7. It says, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which the Most High, Ha Elohim of thy fathers, giveth thee to possess it, all the days that ye shall live upon the earth. And ye must have wanted to hear my voice to have me read, because he said from 1 to 7. Ye shall utterly destroy all the places wherein the nations which ye shall possess serve their powers, upon the high mountains and upon the hills and upon every green tree. So that means that when you come into a land and there was a church there, you can't just open up a house of worship to the Most High in that building. You have to actually tear that building down. And ye shall overthrow their altars and break their pillars and burn their groves with fire. And ye shall hew down the graven images of their gods and destroy the name of them out of that place. Ye shall not do so to the Most High your Elohim, but unto the place which the Most High your Elohim shall choose out of all the tribes to put his name there, even unto his habitation shall ye seek, and thither ye shall come, and thither ye shall bring your burnt offerings and your sacrifices and your tithes and your heave offerings of your hand, and your vows and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herbs of your flocks. And there ye shall eat before the Most High your Elohim, Ha Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hands unto, you and your household, wherein the Most High, Ha Elohim, have blessed thee. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. And Aim Katir says, centralized place of worship is required for us to offer holy offerings and sacrifices to the Most High. We should not worship the Most High the same as the nations do with their gods, because he is one. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. That's right. That's right. Shabbat shalom, dear. Shabbat shalom. May the Most High be with you. May the Most High be with you. Shabbat shalom. All right, let's rock and roll. Is there anything that I can miss? Did anybody put a commandment that I missed? Did I get everybody's commandment? Did anyone have any questions in anything in relevance that we might want to ask this day on the Shabbat day? Is it anything that's pondering in your mind, that's been running free and wild in your mind for a little while, that you might want to ask that question about before we move on? Dishonoring parents. Dishonor parents. That's a no-no. Our parents are special and deserve much respect. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. Are there any questions or comments, family? Anything you've been reading through the week that you had a question about? And I also wanted to say Shabbat Shalom to Sister Esther. Lost but found. May the Most High be praised. Toda Rabbah. All right. So if there's no comments, No more questions? Then we're going to get into the lesson of the day. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. We're going to get into the lesson of the day. Shabbat Shalom. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. Yeah. It's how this thing be working sometime. Because I think you logged in later, so therefore it recognizes you. But let's go. You still here though. All right, is that large enough? Can everyone see? Is that large enough? All right, let's rock and roll, family. So today's lesson is we're going to pick up where we left off at last week. And we just left off with Jezebel. The course of Jezebel should be as dung on the face of the field in the territory of Jezreel, so that no one can say this is Jezebel. Remember, they threw Jezebel out the window. When Yehu came, he said, hey, whoever's on the side, my side, whoever with the Most High, throw her down off the roof. So they threw her down, and she died. Yes. Dia, do you have a question, Dia? I don't want to move on if you had a question. If it's a question, Dia, let me know. So, family, we're going to be reading out of 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 1. 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 1. Very, very, very interesting today. Very interesting lesson today. Now, Ahab had 70 sons in Samaria. Wow. Ahab was a busy man. But I've never heard where Ahab had any other wives. Jezebel was so powerful, she shut it all down. There is not even record. There is no record of Ahab having any other wives but Jezebel. That's the only one. But she ain't no way in the world she gave that man 70 children. Ain't no way in the world. So that lets us know that Ahab had to have had other Nashim. Yes, he had to. In Samaria. He had 70 sons in Samaria. It says, come with me and see my zeal for the Creator. May the Most High guide my mind, my spirit, my body, my language, and my speech as I approach unto you, his people. May the Most High be praised. Ahab had 70. I don't know how Ahab could have had 70 sons as henpecked as he was with Jezebel. Because he was henpecked with Jezebel. How they say his nose was wide open with Jezebel. It was so wide open that when he got denied the right to steal this man's land, he went and cried to his wife, I wanted his land, and he wouldn't sell it to me. He wouldn't even eat. He was so upset. That's henpecked. So how could he even take the chance to go get another wife? Maybe he got them before he met Jezebel. Maybe that's what it was. And then when he met Jezebel, he left all of them alone. Yeah. He had 70 sons. So Yehu wrote letters and sent them to Samaria, to the rulers of the city, to the elders, and to the guardians of the sons of Ahab, saying, now then, as soon as this letter comes to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horses, fortified cities also, and weapons. Now, these men, these elders of these cities, Samaria, was sanctioned with the duty of guarding Ahab, the king's children. But Ahab is now dead. Jezebel is now dead. The next thing that would happen is one of Ahab's children was now take over the throne. But Ahaziah and Joram, they're both gone. So both of those two sons are gone. The rest of his, so he actually had to have 72 at least 72 children. So the rest of those brothers, somebody would have to come and take possession of the throne now as king, because Jehu just killed the father. Let's see what happens. Now then, as soon as the letter comes to you, seeing your master's sons are with you, and there are with you chariots and horsemen, fortified cities, also and weapons, select the best and the fittest of your master's sons, and set him on his father's throne, and fight for your master's house. Jehu just called him out, and he called him out to a fair one. He said, take one of them boys, set them up on the throne, and take the army that you got, the weapons and the money and the wealth, support them and fight with me for the throne. But they were exceedingly afraid. Behold, the two kings could not stand before him. How then can we stand? Remember Ataliah's husband was a king who fought beside Ahab's children, and they all died. So he who was over the palace and he who was over the city, together with the elders of the guardians, sent to Jehu, saying, we are your servants. Where's the honor at in all that? And we will do that which you tell us. We will not make anyone king. Do whatever is good in your eyes. And then he wrote to them a second letter. It says, if anyone is on my side, forgive me, family. I should have been done this. I was lunching. He says, if anyone are on my side, and if you are ready to obey me, take the heads of your master's son and come to me at Jezreel tomorrow at this time. Now, surely at this time, in my mind while reading this, I said, they're going to go to war. They're not going to kill these young boys or these princes. They're not going to kill them. I said, surely they're going to go to war. But what did they do? Now the king's sons, 70 persons, were with the great men of the city who were bringing them up. They call those men great men. It's not so great when their lives are questioned. They act like small men of the city and not great men of the city. These men who are the city was charged or sanctioned with raising the king's children. So you know there was provisions, wealth, and status along with those raising of the children. They were given money, kesef, quite often to raise the children and to provide for the children. But when it came time to prove their value or prove their worth, they gave up those children and cut their heads off. And as soon as the letter came to them, they took the king's sons and slaughtered them. Wow. 70 persons, and they put their heads in the basket and sent them to him in Jezreel. Now that picture that we have up on the page, when you look at the YouTube page with that woman holding the head, she had no problem killing whoever it was that she killed. But these men should not have killed those 70 young men for the sake of one man because they didn't want to fight. Those young men was royalty. And when you got royalty in your midst, you're supposed to be willing to die for royalty. Your loyalty, your leader to your king, or your future leader or king, or the princess, the young princess, is supposed to be beyond that of you thinking about yourself. Because that's supposed to be the leader of the nation. And the nation is more valuable than one individual. So therefore, you're supposed to preserve the future of the nation by preserving the life of the young princes. One of them should have been king. But what they did was they killed them young boys, cut 70 men, cut their heads off, and slaughtered them so that they could preserve their own lives. To me, I think that was a tragedy. That was something that should not have happened. But we're going to read. And then they put their heads in a basket and sent them to him at Jezreel. They didn't even hide some of them and then kill some bad criminals or something that was worthy of death. They didn't do none of that. They just killed these young men. Not that he knew every one of them, because he couldn't have known 70 young men and known them all. He's the commander of the army. He ain't have time to be meeting all these people. When the messengers came and told him they have brought the heads of the king's sons, he said, lay them in 2 heaps in the entrance of the gates until the morning. Lay them in 2 heaps, pile them up at the entrance of the city until the morning, breeding bugs and flies and maggots and making them look even worse than they already look. Then in the morning, when he went out, he stood and said to the people, now he's pronouncing and he's speaking to all the people of the city of Samaria. He says, you are innocent. You are innocent. I'm sorry, he's in Jezreel. You are innocent. He says, it was I who conspired against my master, the king, and killed him. He said, but who struck down all these, the 70 sons? He said, who struck them down? Know then that there shall fall to the earth nothing but the word of the Most High, which the Most High spake concerning the house of Ahab. For the Most High has done what he has said by his servant Eliyahu. Now, do y'all remember the conversation that he had with Elisha? Jehu had this conversation with Elisha when Elisha pulled him aside from all the other men that he was with and told him he was going to be king and told him to go out and kill Ahaziah, Joram, and all them, and the king of Israel. He told him to go kill all of them because of their unfaithfulness to the Most High. Because they sided together to go to war. Amaziah. He said he was doing all this to show his zeal for the Most High. He said, come with me and see my zeal for the Creator. He said that to his friend, his companion. He was so gung-ho of serving the Creator in the beginning. It always seems to have a way of starting off fresh
In the beginning, you go all out and beyond the ordinary. You change your lifestyle. You stop doing this. You start doing that. You pick up these habits. You drop those bad habits. You start to change your diet. You start eating different. You start thinking different. You start treating people different. In the beginning, people look at you and say, is that Sam? Is that Becky? Is that Tom? Is that Helen? Is that the same person? They changed. They gave their lives to the Lord. You begin to live a different life when you first come into the acknowledgement of the Most High. Jehu was called by the prophet to do a job, a service for the Creator. He had all this zeal and passion inside of him for the Most High. Nothing could have deterred him from the Most High. Watch all the exuberant things that he does in the name of the Creator. Only to later in life, I believe it's 28 years later in life, either 23 or 28 years later, he began to live like every other pagan that he knew prior. Jeroboam, Ahab. He began to live just like them. But he, in his beginnings, he was so filled with the zeal of the Most High, the Holy Spirit, the Ruach Kodesh. He would go out and destroy people in the name of the Most High. Does that sound similar to you, family? Does that sound like anyone you know that you may be familiar with, that when they first came into this knowledge, it was nothing that they wouldn't do for the Creator? And then after they done been in it for 5-10 years, they done got comfortable in it, all of a sudden, the Most High seems to be taking a back seat and their own personal desires seems to be kicking in. And they begin to do the things that are pleasing to the flesh as opposed to what they originally knew was pleasing to the Almighty. This is deep, y'all. I need y'all to watch how time changes things, because time is a true teller of all things. Time. After you get into this walk, this Israelite walk, for any significant amount of time, and you've been doing it consistently, all of a sudden your loyalty to the Most High changes. Your loyalty to the Most High is challenged, and you become something other than what you originally were when you first learned about this king. But all that is a test for every one of us. It's a test for every one of us on the level where we are to see if we love the Most High or if we love the world. And we shall all have that test. Where will you fit in when your test comes? How will you thrive? Will you succeed? Will you achieve? And at the end, will you please the Almighty? Let's not forget. He says, when the messengers came and they told him, they brought the heads of the king's sons and said, lay them in the 2 heaps at the entrance of the gate until the morning. Then in the morning he went out. He stood and said to the people, you are innocent, and it was I who conspired against my master and killed him. But who struck down all these? Now when they know then that there shall fall to the earth nothing of the word of the Most High in vain, which the Most High has spake concerning the house of Ahab, and for the Most High has done what he said by his servant Eliyahu. So Jehu struck down all who remained of the house of Ahab in Jezreel. Jehu went through with a mighty zeal to destroy the enemies of the Most High. Everybody who sided up with Ahab, all his friends, all his relatives, everybody who was his companions. Jehu went and put them to death. From city to city, Jehu was going to travel from city to city. And everybody who was in cahoots with Ahab, he's going to kill every one of them. Put them to death. All his great men and all his close friends, all his priests, until he left none remaining. Now, who do you know that got that type of zeal for the Creator? That a wicked man, all of the wicked man's friends, they're all wicked, that all of them are going to die when they kill that wicked man. We don't know nobody today that has that type of zeal for the Most High, who goes out and execute all of the guilty. Then he set out and went to Samaria on the way. And when he was at Beth Eked of the shepherds, Jehu met the relatives of Ahaziah, king of Judah. You remember Ahaziah, the one he just killed? That went out to war with Joram? Remember? He just killed them. Ahaziah is the one who's married to who? Athaliah, the daughter of Ahab. Remember? Think about it, family. All of this stuff is important. All of it. He was riding around the way and he saw the relatives of Ahaziah, king of Judah. And he said, "Who are you?" And they answered, "We are the relatives of Ahaziah. And we came down to visit the royal princess and the sons of the queen mother." Who was the queen mother? Anybody know who queen mother was? Who was the queen mother? He said, "Take them alive." Now they took them alive. But when they took them alive, something happened along the way. And let's see what that was. He said, "Take them alive." And he took them alive and slaughtered them at the pit of Bet Ekab. 42 persons, and he spared none of them. He took them alive only to kill them later for a purpose. He had that in mind the whole time. He had to have them killed or put to death at a certain place. And when he departed from there, he met Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, coming to meet him. And he greeted him and said to him, "Is your heart," Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, one of his friends, this is what he says, "Is your heart true to my heart as mine is to yours?" Now that was deep. When I read that right there, it touched me a little bit. Because too often in life, we have people that we are fond of who are not really fond of us. And although we show them respect behind closed doors, they don't show us respect behind closed doors. So that was his way of saying, "Do you feel about me like I feel about you? We good, right? We still cool. You my man, right? We come from way back, right?" So when he meet Jehonadab, this is how he meets him. And he greets him and he said to him, "Is your heart true to me, and as my heart is true to you?" And Jehonadab answered, "It is." He says, "I love you and you love me. We brothers. We with this." He said, "It is." And watch what he says. He says, "If it is, give me your hand." So he gave him his hand, and Jehu took him up into his chariot, and he said, "Come with me and see my zeal for the Creator." So he had him ride in his chariot, and when he came to Samaria, he struck down all who remained to Ahab in Samaria. He went from city to city to destroy all the men who was Ahab's family, till he had wiped them out according to the word of the Most High that he spake to Eliyahu. Sometimes, family, one of the hidden messages in this is be careful of the association you keep. For if you are in association with wicked people, then evil things, wicked things, death and destruction that happens to them can happen to you as well. You got to be real careful about the people you keep in your circle because it's not an easy thing. Ima says, great topic. I can honestly say I was way more zealous in the beginning, and over time and through dealing with Yisrael, it has dwindled, and that's a problem. Aim Katir says, Cain, we are zealots in the beginning, but can we maintain? And it's right. And I spoke on this earlier today when I spoke about the brother who had trusted in a spiritual leader who had turned out to be not so much of a leader based on the brother's explanation of things. And through that interaction, it caused the brother to feel a lot less interested in associating with Israel and Israelites. And I've seen over the years, and I've talked to several people over the years, like, for example, I know a lot of sisters who will come to me after being in these hideous relationships with Israelite males and being so abused and misused and beat up and stomped on and left to fend for themselves after having 3 and 4 babies for the individuals. I've noticed that one of their major issues was Israelite men. That I ain't never going with another Israelite man. I know another brother, I know an Israelite brother who had an Israelite wife that he had just married against my desires and wishes for him, because that wasn't one that was right for him, as I told him. No, you don't want that one. He married her anyway. So he comes back one day and he tells me a story about how he was at the woman's house in South Carolina, I think she said it was, and her family came over for dinner, her mother, her father, and he was there at the table and they were eating dinner. And and he said he wanted some juice while he was eating. This is the type of relationship they had. And he says, can you pass me the juice, please? And she said, no. She said, no, you can't have no juice. Finish eating your food. Finish eating your food. You can't get no juice. And he said he felt so stupid just sitting at the table because she talked to him like a little kid, but she did that all the time. That was just her regular behavior with him. And he said he felt so stupid sitting at the table with this chick. He said that experience was one of the worst experiences he ever had in a relationship with a female, and he don't want no more Israelite women. Any woman that he has after this, he says is going to be a woman of the world. He said he don't want any more Israelite women. Your experiences that you have with people in this life, Israelite people, will often turn you away from living this life. It will often take you in a completely different direction. This is why we must be on our best game at all times when we're dealing with people. We represent the Most High. A lot of us don't understand, but we represent this whole culture. It's embodied within every one of us. And when we do something as a Hebrew, mistreat people, disrespect people, hurt people, harm people, look at that as the majority of the people are treating them this way. So therefore, we have to reflect righteousness in our attitude and in our zeal as we deal with people. Because if we don't, we could turn a person off from the future of receiving the blessings from the Creator and serving the Creator with our actions of stupidity, selfishness, and ignorance. So therefore, the zeal that you had when you came into this way of life, where is it at now today? People used to look at you and say, oh man, he changed his life. She changed her life. Look at them. They met the Lord. Do they still talk about you like that today? Do people still hold you high in their sight today? Do people still, oh no, you can't bring that stuff around Sister Ornette, because Sister Ornette ain't going to play that. She don't eat chicken. She ain't going to do that. You out on Friday night, she's not going to go with you. Do they still have that same type of disrespect towards you, just knowing certain things that you will and will not do because you're a Hebrew Israelite? Because you fear the Most High, because you respect the Most High. You can tarnish your own view. You can destroy how people see you, but not only you, how they see the nation of Israel. And you can completely turn them away from ever desiring to walk in the direction of the Most High because of your actions as one individual. So how do you feel, family? Let's get back to the story. 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 18. And then Jehu assembled all the people and said to them, Ahab served Baal a little, but Jehu shall serve him a whole lot. Jehu is pretending to be an idolater. He's pretending to be an idolater. Now, therefore, call to me all the prophets of Baal and his worshipers and his priests. He says, let none be missing. I have a great sacrifice to offer Baal. All his worshipers and all his priests, let none be missing. For I have a great sacrifice to offer Baal. Who's ever? Big lockdown, Baruch Ha-Elohim. Is that you, Mr. Otter? Koya, feel good to be back. Blessed be the Holy of Yisrael, Baruch Ha-Elohim. Now, I don't know who that is. Locked down, but if you don't want to say, it's cool. I ain't got no problem with it. Now, therefore, call to me all the prophets of Baal and his worshipers and all his priests, let none be missing. For I have a great sacrifice to offer to Baal. He has a great sacrifice to offer to Baal. Now, this subject must be really popping because it keeps coming up, so I'm going to just address this issue. What I notice is those whom are striving for righteousness do while others whom are envious or feel like, why do you deserve any reverence, will never acknowledge what you're striving to be. Ima, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you come in here and get on the mic and tell these people, tell the family what you're talking about? I mean, I'm trying to follow you, but I okay. Mr. Otter, Shabbat Shalom. Mr. Otter, my man. I tried calling you, Mr. Otter, and it didn't work. Reach out to me. Let me know what's going on. Let me know what's going on. I tried to reach out to you, but it didn't work for me. And Iman, when you get a chance, I would like for you to come in to explain, because your comment, it sounds like it's something real strong and positive. So when you get a chance, just come and explain what you're talking about. So what's happening now is Yehu is pretending to be a Christian. I mean, Yehu is pretending to worship Baal. He's pretending to worship. You know what? Let me get a little bit of light in here. I don't like the darkness. Yeah, I think that's a little bit lighter or brighter. Yehu is pretending to worship Baal so that he can trap the people, the worshipers, the true worshipers of Baal, and kill them, execute every one of them. Okay, here's Iman now. All right, Iman, come up. Tell us what was in your spirit, what you was trying to say. Iman Havared, Shabbat Shalom, Iman. Iman Havared, Shabbat Shalom.
That's likely for any type of, I was trying to hold the baby in tight. But I was just saying how you were talking about just relationships with Israelites and how people will see your elevation basically in this walk. And instead of them acknowledging your elevation, they'll do their best to continue to only acknowledge the you that they are comfortable with. And a lot of times it's because they're not elevated or they just don't respect. They just, sorry, the baby is everywhere. They just don't respect others' elevation because they don't know how themselves to kind of like get there. And I think that's the biggest, I won't say that's the biggest, that's one of the issues I see in Israel. Instead of downing a person when they do better, it's like, how about we acknowledge it and then work together so that we can all do better. It's like people want to just see in the same state as them. And of course we go back to that crabs in a barrel mentality, all that. And a lot of it comes from a lot of just damage and trauma that we, as a people have been through, our ancestors and such. However, it is disheartening, and it does tether with your connection at times, because sometimes, like I know for me, I don't like to speak for anybody, but for me, I look and I'm like, how did the Most High, why would he choose this collection of people to call by his name, or even to acknowledge themselves as, children of the Creator? And, I think more for me, it's just questioning. And then I usually, try my best to go into prayer about it with the Most High, or just have a conversation somehow. But I know even speaking with my children, that's always what we talk about. And then, we always do our best to remind each other that no matter what the other people are doing, we have to stay strong and faithful in the Most High's law and carrying ourselves in the way that he has shown us to be. And if he's elevated us in any way, to represent that and not feel like we have to, I think that's what it is too. We're made to feel like you gotta dim your light because others won't feel like you're too zealous. And then what I've noticed in Israel is like when they feel like they're too zealous, then that's, the envy comes, and then the conversations and the backbiting and the, trying to tear you down happens. So I was kind of just, touching on those things. That's it.
Very much understood. Can you get him, please? Get this little guy. Golly. Where's his mother? Sheesh. This is true. And we know this to be a fact. Israel can be some of the worst of people. But on the other hand, Israel can be some of the best of people as well. When you get somebody truly committed to serving his king, Israel can uplift you and carry you along on angels' wings across the heavens and introduce you to a whole completely different life than you ever knew existed. And this is true. Don't let the haters hate on you. You be the opposite of what those haters do. All right. Let's get back to Jehu. And that was a very interesting topic that she brought about. Just make sure you're not one of those Israelites who does that evil and wicked and negative things, wickedness. When you see somebody else doing good, either be on their team or don't be on their team, but don't go spreading rumors and negative things about them to try to take them down or make their lives any harder. Either show support or just get out the way. And if you get out the way, someone else will come and do what you could have done for that individual, as long as they're on a positive vibe with the Almighty. Now, therefore, call to me all the prophets of Baal and his worshipers and all his priests. 2 Kings chapter 10, verse 19. Let none be missing, for I have a great sacrifice to offer. JC. Whoever is missing shall not live. But Jehu did it with cunning in order to destroy the worshipers of Baal. And Jehu ordered, sanctify a solemn assembly for Baal. So they proclaimed it. And Jehu set throughout all Israel, and all the worshipers of Baal of JC came, so that there was not a man left with who did not come. And they entered the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled from one end unto the other. So I just thought about something real quick, and I want to talk on it real quick, briefly, and then I'll get back to the lesson. It's in relevance to the conversation that took place a little bit into the conversation that my wife just had. I had a conversation the other day with one of my daughters, Eziwanyi by name, Eziwanyi. She says to me, I ain't been to class in a couple days, couple Shabtot. Did you notice? I said, no, I ain't noticed. Well, why you ain't been to class in a couple weeks? She says, because the last class she was in, she got upset with me or something. She got upset. I said, well, what do you mean you got upset? And I just thought about this because I seen in this conversation today, it's going to all reveal itself later. I said, what do you mean you got upset with me? She said, because you started talking about people with blonde hair, with wigs, wearing wigs and makeup and all that type stuff. And you started talking about how these people really wasn't happy with themselves or didn't like themselves. So they had to go and make themselves, what? They had to go make themselves up to make themselves look better so they could like themselves. And that is a fact. And I stand on that today. That's why people put on makeup. If you wake up out the bed and you think you look all that, then you won't do nothing to yourself. When you get up out the bed and you don't think you look all that, you go put on makeup, you wash your face, you brush your teeth. Brushing your teeth and washing your face is natural. That's something that you do. But put all that makeup on and putting all that weave in your head and dyeing your hair, all those things is to enhance your appearance. So my daughter, she felt like it was something wrong with that. But I'll come back one day soon. But She felt like something was wrong with that. But the reality is that leadership, the job of a leader is hard most of the time, 99% of the time. It's hard because as leadership, you have to reveal people to the truth, whether they like it or not, whether they accept it or not, you know? And to be on point and really doing your job, you have to call out things that you see and that you know are affecting the strength, the spiritual strength and the spiritual growth of individuals. A lot of people don't want to come to our class because we teach you not to smoke weed. We teach you not to smoke cigarettes. We teach you to stay out of the churches. We teach you not to eat chicken. We teach you even not to eat meat. A lot of people don't want to come because they don't want to be told what to do. But that's the problem with us. We didn't even want the Most High telling us what to do, let alone one of the Most High servants. See, my whole role and my whole job is to help you to be the best version of yourself when you stand before the Almighty. And a lot of us, we don't want to be the best version of ourselves because it takes too much away from us having fun, having a good time, and looking good. My own immediate family don't invite me to a whole lot of the functions that they have because they know that I'm going to be there talking about, we can't do that. You shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be talking about that. Don't take that off. You look like a little prostitute. Take that off and dress appropriately. They don't want to hear that over and over and over from Abba. So they want to dress the way they want to dress. They want to look the way they want to look. They want to do what they want to do. And when you tell them what thus saith the Most High and how a reputable Israelite sister should be dressing and looking, they don't want to hear that. And you know, I got cameras on my house. And when I'm away from my house, my children that live in my home, they 20s and they're in their 20s, 24, 27. One is even 30. But they live in my home as they supposed to until they're married. Supposed to be. I have a rule in my home. You can't come in after 11 o'clock. You're a female. You should be in the house by 11 o'clock. That's my rule. So on my cameras, I can see if they come in late or whatever they do. So what I do is if that happens, I call them up and be like, hey, yo, what's up? You supposed to be in the house last night, 11 o'clock. Where were you? Why were you? They're going to get it. They're going to catch it. And I'm going to give it to them. Because as a female, by 11 o'clock at night, you should be in the house. Not 1 and 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the morning out there on the streets and you're a female. That shouldn't be where you at. Ain't nothing out there but death, destruction, and chaos and turmoil and suffering out there for you that time of the night. So I get questioned, well, Abba, why? Stop asking me why and just do what I ask you to do. There's a reason why I have these things in place. Well, a lot of people don't like being told what to do. So my girls will be moving out soon. They don't want to do what and that's what they do. Then they just move out. I have no problem with it. If that's what they want to do, you want to be grown, be grown. You want to live the life you want to live, then go live it. The life I have for you, there's rules and regulations. There's things you can and cannot do. And most people don't want to be told what to do in this life. That's why Israel is receiving so much hell. That's why our people of color are receiving so much hell because they don't go to the elders for advice anymore. They don't go to the people who know better than them. They want to do it their way. Just like Rehoboam. Rehoboam went to all the young men in his age grade and said, how should I rule over the people? How should I rule over the people? When he talked to the elders, he rejected the elders' wisdom and did what the young people suggested that he did. And it never works that way. People do not want to hear rules, regulations, instructions. They want to do what they want to do. That's why a lot of black folk can't keep a job. Because the job say be here at 7 o'clock, they here at 7:15, 7:30. Some of them don't show up at all. What she means she's overlooked by me? I was overlooked by you, Prince Cass. No hard feelings. Life is good. What's LG? She said she want to check now, sis. Oh, you ready to open the door of worms, can of worms. You blame me and say that I overlooked you. That's not true. You know that's not true. That's not true. That's not good. That's not good, Sister Kaiser. Sister Aisha. That's not good. She said, I was overlooked by you, Prince Cass. No hard feelings. Life is good. LG. This is not time for that. Keep your daughters. I'm not keeping nobody. And I don't move with the emotional state. If they can't obey my voice now, what makes you think they're going to obey my voice when pressure hits? When hard times hit? And I say, I need you to store up some food in the basement for us for the next 2 weeks. They ain't going to do it because they don't pay much. If they're not listening now, they're not going to listen then. So let them do what they got to do. I can't argue with them, can't fight with them. I still love them. I can love them from a distance. When people get a certain age, there's nothing that you can make them do. And my children got enough money. They can go wherever they want to go and do what they want to do. They don't need their father anymore. That's how a lot of people think. That's how they think. But until life kicks in and hard times kick in, then they're going to lean back on the Abba. Hey, Abba. You know what Abba going to say? I told you what to do. That's why these rules and regulations are in place. It is too much noise in here with that little guy. And you playing with him. He should be sitting down somewhere learning proper behavior right now. Anybody got a belt? Strap him to the chair or something. That's absolutely right. You can't put your children over the Creator. My daughters know how I feel about them. They already know. I ain't even got to say. Let's get back to the story of Jehu because y'all going to take me somewhere else. He says, come with me and see my zeal for the Creator. Jehu, in his beginnings, he had so much zeal for the Creator that he pretended to be a Christian. I mean, he pretended to worship the devil. I mean, he pretended to worship Baal. He had so much zeal for the Creator that he pretended all these things. But Jehu did it with cunning in order to destroy the worshipers of Christianity. Satanism. Baal. And Yahudah ordered. Yeah, it's quiet now because she took them outside. And Jehu ordered, sanctify a solemn assembly for Baal. So they proclaimed, and Jehu sent throughout all of Israel, and all the worshipers of Baal came, so that there was not a man left who did not come. And they entered into the house of Baal, and the house of Baal was filled from one end to the other. He said to him, who was in charge of the wardrobe, bring out the vestments for all the worshipers of Baal. So he brought out the vestments. You know, they had them decorated, looking good. Jehu went all out. He got this big room, bull hall, his big hall set up, got everybody clothes and dressed them out and decked them out. Probably had them dressed up in rank and order. He said, bring out the vestments for all the worshipers of Baal. So he brought out the vestments for them. Then Jehu went into the house of Baal with Jehonadab, the son of Rechab, and he said to the worshipers of Baal, search and see that there is no servants of the Most High here among you. He didn't want to make the mistake and kill the worshipers of the Most High along with the Christians. I mean, the Israel, the Hebrew, the Christian, the worshipers of Baal. Then they went into the offering, sacrifice, and burnt offerings. Shabbat shalom, bang. Then they went into the offering, sacrifice, and burnt offerings. Now Jehu has strengthened 80 men outside and said, the man who allows any of those whom I have given into your hands to escape shall forfeit his life. So as soon as he had made an end of offering the burnt offering, so Jehu went to the extent to offer burnt offerings to a false deity, for the zeal of the Most High was so much upon him, he pretended to have a feast for the Christians, the devil worship, Baal and his crew. He pretended to have an assembly, a holy convocation for them, just so he can slaughter them. Jehu said to the guards and to the officers, go in and strike them down. Let not a man escape. So when he put them to the sword, the guards and the officers cast them out and went into the inner room of the house of Baal, and they brought out the pillars that was in the house of Baal, and they burnt it. And they demolished the pillars of Baal and demolished the house of Baal and made it a lantern to this day. Wow. So what they did was they went into the church, bang, kicked the church doors open and took down all them statues of JC on the cross. He on the cross like that. They took down all the statues of JC on the cross, burnt them up in the streets, and then burnt the church to the ground. Burnt it to the ground. You got the zeal of the Most High. Remember how it was, the zeal you had for the Most High when you first came into this life versus how you feel in your service to the Most High right now today? You feel like that spirit is no longer with you. Not to the degree it was when you first came in. Do you know why? Let me tell you one of the reasons why. One of the reasons why you don't feel it is because you don't make the sacrifices today like you did then. When you first came into this knowledge of the Most High, you changed your diet. You started wearing different types of clothes. You watched the words you said and the things you did. Your whole attitude was different. You was relearning the process. And after you mastered that, after so many years, you forget the discipline that you needed to maintain it. And you became comfortable just knowing enough. You don't study no more. You don't read no more. You don't practice. You don't have no set aside times where you dedicate to prayer, fasting, meditating. You don't do those things any longer. But when you first came in, all those things was a normal practice for you. You used to practice charity. I had a brother one day, just recently, he calls me up on the phone. He had donated some money to the school. Brother called me up, good brother, called me up, and he had donated some money to the school. He calls me back a couple days ago. He said, Prince, man, let me tell you what happened. He says, ever since I dedicated that money to the school, donated that money to the school, everything changed. I am so happy, money just coming in from everywhere. People owed me money for years. Now all of a sudden they're starting to pay me. He says, I understand the principles of money or the principles of wealth. The principles of wealth is this. The more you put out and share with others, the more you receive from the Creator. It's just how he felt. He understood that. The problem with Israel is that too many of us don't share. We don't give out. We don't put out. We don't give. Therefore, we don't receive. But when you first came into this walk with the Creator, the knowledge of the Creator, I promise you, you was a different person. You didn't have no problem sharing. You didn't have no problem doing charity. You didn't have no problem helping somebody or caring for somebody. You didn't have no problem. I got one young sister I just talked to the other day. She said that she's been doing hospice care for one of the elders in Israel. By her doing so much good of her own and not requiring any payment for it in exchange for anything, she's doing these things on her own volition. It does nothing but makes the Most High open the windows of heaven and say, here, 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 give, give, give. And she'll be in a position to receive, receive, receive. Not that she's doing these things for a reward. She's doing these things because that's how the Most High made her. Do you remember when you first came into this walk? The type of charity that you would do for people, how you would care for people, how you would look out for people, feed people, house people, clothe people, give people rides. You know, remember how you used to do that when you first came into this way of life? What happened to that spirit? Look who you've become. Look at the type of personality you have now. When the last time, and truthfully, I'm asking this question, family. When the last time you sat down and studied that book? And I'm asking that question truthfully. When is the last time that you sat down and studied, did a real exhaustive study for a topic or anything, just spiritual clarity, anything pertaining to this way of life, your service to the Creator? When's the last time? And then you wonder sometimes why the windows of heaven is not open to you. You wonder sometimes why life is so difficult, why you're suffering so much, or why you just can't seem to get a break. Why is your life going the way that it's going? It's the small things and small changes that you make in life when you come into the knowledge of the Most High that you let go along the way. Yehu, when he first heard from the prophet Elisha, he became a different man. He had all the zeal in the world for the Most High. 23, 28 years later, all that changed. All that changed. He became a different man, worse than he had ever been in his life. Sometimes when one gives, the seer doesn't understand whose hand is giving. Then the Creator, he may do less. What? So, sis, you want the mic so you can come on and explain what you're saying? I don't understand what you're saying. There's a curse with giving to the wrong people or purpose. Yes, absolutely correct. I agree with that part. Sis, you want the mic so you can explain your what you're saying? Because I don't understand. I'll read on until you let me know what you want to do. If you say you want the mic, I'm going to send you the link so you can come in. So when they put them to the sword, the guard and the officers came them out and went into the inner room of the house of Baal, and they brought out the pillars that was in the house of Baal, and they burnt it, and they demolished the pillars of JC, and demolished the house of Baal, and made it a lantern until this day. Then Yehu wiped out Baal from Yisrael, but just for a period of time, because it didn't happen forever. It eventually made its way back into our minds again. But Yehu did not turn aside from the sins of Jeroboam. See, Jehu was king for a long time. When he first came in, he was zealous for the Most High. He was so zealous for the Most High. Get out here, bud. He was so zealous for the Most High that he killed and took people's lives in honor of the Most High. But over a period of time, shortly thereafter, all that zeal he had for the Creator dissipated. And he began to do what's right in his own mind and pretend to still be worshiping the Creator. He still cleaved to the sins of Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, which he made Yisrael to sin. That is, the golden calves that was in Bethel and in Dan. Okay, sis, no problem. And the Most High said to Jehu, because you have done well in carrying out what is right in my eyes, and have done to the house of Ahab according to all that was in my heart, your sons of the fourth generation shall sit on my throne, on the throne of Yisrael. But Jehu was not careful to walk in the laws of the Creator, the power of Yisrael, with all his heart. He did not turn from the sins of Jeroboam, which he made Yisrael to sin. Let me read that part again for those of you in the back who may not heard what was just said. It says, but Jehu was not careful to walk in the laws of the Most High. Once the Most High put him in power, he took that for a couple of years, and then after that, he did what was right in his own mind. He wasn't careful, like a lot of us are not careful. A lot of us are not. A lot of us take no regards to the Most High and what the Most High might think about us after we've been walking for 5 and 10 years in this life. Jehu was not careful. He didn't put the laws of the Most High. He didn't serve the Most High with all of his heart. He did not turn from the sins of corruption and evil and wickedness. He didn't turn from that. In those days, the Most High began to cut off parts of Israel. He began to bring his wrath upon the people because of the sins of Jehu. I'm so glad I had already had an open hand for sharing, but what you said, Prince, still should be sincerely considered. May the Most High be praised. Todah, Ima. Hazael defeated them throughout the territories of Israel, from the Jordan eastward, all the land of Gilead and the Gadites and the Reubenites and the Manassites, from Aurora, which is by the valley of Arnon, that is Gilead and Bashan. Now the rest of the acts of Jehu and all that he did and all his might, are they not written in the books of the Chronicles of King of Israel? So Jehu slept with his fathers, and they buried him in Samaria. And Jehoahaz, his son, reigned in his place. The time that Jehu reigned over Israel and Samaria was 28 years. He reigned 28 years over Israel. That's a long time. But he died a sinner. He started off strong with the zeal of the Most High. Holy Spirit was all up over him. But the only way that he can keep that Holy Spirit on him was to continuously practice righteous doings. You, my brother, my sister, you who are called by the name of the Most High today, The only way that you're going to maintain the proper order and respect in this walk is to every day, all day, practice righteousness. If you don't practice it, you will lose it. If you don't implement righteous behavior in your thoughts, in your deeds, in your actions, from the food you eat to the clothes you wear to the way you think about your brother next door to you or your sister next to you, if you don't continuously put these efforts into your life, these practices into your daily activity, you will lose it. And eventually you'll be just like everybody else, just that you're called by the name of a Hebrew Israelite. But you will be acting and conducting yourself just like everybody else. There will be no distinction between you and the next person, except you'll be in the auditorium on the Shabbat at the stadium with everybody else. You got on fringes. That's about it. You'll have on fringes. But you're still out on the Shabbat partying with everyone else. You'll be eating chicken with everybody else at the festival, at the feast, at the parties, at the events that the Gentile-minded people are doing and having and celebration and feasting in. You'll be sitting down eating turkey just like them with fringes on, knowing better because Prince taught you better. You'll be knowing how to serve this king, but you won't be because you're too busy being like everybody else. Now, y'all remember that young lady I told y'all about? Ahaziah's wife, Athaliah. Remember her? Remember I told y'all about Athaliah, who was the first female king in Israel? Now we're going to read about her and how she became the first female king in Israel. She was Ahaziah's wife, and Ahaziah had just died. If you're not in an environment where you can serve the Creator to your fullest, move around, the Creator makes it easy. People causes affliction. Okay, all right, I hear you. So when you coming, sis? When you coming? When you coming? I send you. I said I'll help you out. Come on, get in the environment that's going to help and be conducive to the lifestyle that you say you want to live. And I'm talking to all of us, not my sister. I'm not specifically talking to Sister Aisha. I'm talking to all of us. We talk that talk, but very few of us walk the walk. I was so impressed with a young lady I met yesterday. She talked about, and she was from New York. She talked about how she desired to have a different life. And so she packed up, took what she had, and she moved to Belize. And she bought some land, 40-something acres, 43 acres, I think it is, in Belize. And she lived up in the jungle. Her husband, her children, however it is, she built a little community, but she made a place for people to be. And she took her money and put it where her mouth was. And it's a blessing. And it's good to see that something like that actually took place. It's good to see that people, and she don't even know herself as an Israelite. But the Most High put a spirit in her, and she took advantage of it, and she moved forward with it. She said, yes, you is talking to me, the end of the year. May the Most High be praised. We shall see what we shall see. We got to stop talking, family, and we got to start putting our money where our mouth is. We got to start doing the things that we know we need to do to preserve our lives alive, because this hell is breaking through in these streets. We need to come together. We need to build together. We need to grow together. And if you don't want to move here right away, or you don't want to move in a community right away, or on some land right away, then you should at least get the land, and you should at least put a trailer or something on it, and periodically go visit to make yourself comfortable with that place until eventually you can be there full time. Because this ain't no joke. This is real. And this is real life. The Most High spared your life so you can be here to see it, so you can make preparations for it and do better and possibly help somebody else to get out of this mess. Now, Atalia, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead. I thought Ahaziah was the wife of Atalia. What am I? Yo, okay. Did she marry Jehoram? No, that was her brother. Jehoram was her brother. All right, I'm going to have to look that up now. I'm stuck now, y'all. Somebody look up who Atalia's. Yeah, Jehoram, wasn't it? Somebody look up who Atalia's husband was, please, because now I'm stuck. Who was Atalia's husband? I thought through this lesson I'm teaching that Ahaziah was her husband, but according to this, Ahaziah was her son, so that means that my mind was out. So it must have been Jehoram who was her husband. Somebody look that up for me, please. Ima Havared, you already know. All y'all got to do is say the word and y'all there. That's it. You ain't just where, when. That's the when, Ima. Just say that. Just say when you coming. That's it. And we make sure we got a camper sitting over here empty for you. Come on over here in one of them campers right there. That's all you got to do. And sis, you know we got to make some accommodations for you. But you say January, we'll see how January works for you when you're ready. Now, when Atalia, the mother of Ahaziah, saw that her son was dead, she arose and destroyed all the royal family. She killed all her grandchildren and all her nephews and all her sons and all her children. She killed everybody who could have took the throne because she herself wanted the throne. But Yehoshaphat, the daughter of King Joram, sister of Ahaziah, took Joash, the son of Ahaziah, and stole him away from among the king's sons who were being put to death. And she put him and his nurse in a bedroom. So his sister, his aunt, actually put him up and hid him away when Atalia was coming through, killing all the children and the relatives who threatened her kingdom. And he remained with her 6 years, hidden in the house of the Most High, while Atalia reigned over Israel. So Atalia was king in Israel for 6 long years. She was the first female king in Israel. She killed all her relatives, all her siblings, her brothers and sisters. Well, they wasn't even needed, necessary, because Atalia, anybody know who Atalia was the daughter of? Who was Atalia's father? Anybody know? Who was Atalia's father? And I need to know who her husband was, but somebody that's going to look it up for me, please. Who was Atalia's father? Okay, well, nobody don't know. Jezebel was her mother. Ahab was her father. She killed off all her relatives when she heard her son Ahaziah had died. But in the 7th year, Jehoiada sent and brought the captains of the Carites and of the guards and had them come to him in the house of the Most High. Now watch this, family. Jehoiada, the high priest, and he made a covenant with them and put them under an oath in the house of the Most High. Ahab, yes, Ahab was her father. Ahab. Absolutely, Ahab. But something important is taking place here in the scriptures that I need us to focus on. Something extremely important is taking place here. And watch what it says. And the high priest Jehoiada sent and brought the captains of the Carites and the guards and had them come to him in the house of the Most High. Something important is taking place. And he made a covenant with them and put them under oath in the house of the Most High. Wow. He put them under oath in the house of the Creator. That's like making them swear in the Most High's name that they would do a certain thing. He was wise enough to cause the individuals to do this in the Most High's presence. And he showed them the king's son. So before he showed them the king's son, he made them swear before the Most High. And they did. And then he showed them this great secret. But the thing is that I like most about this is that honorable men move out by giving them their word. I had a brother that I spoke to the other day. He says to me, well, Prince, I got a way to make some money. So Prince says, okay, well, I like to be a part of that way of you making some money. He says, all right, then I need to get the contract drawn up so that you can make some money with me. I said, bro, we don't need no contract. You give me your word as a man before the Almighty, and I give you mine. So I'll do my part, you do your part. That's all we need. Men, honorable men, giving their word and fulfilling it and living on it is a powerful thing. It's something that has been missing from Israel for a very long time. And if I have any power within me to cause it to return, I will. We as men have to start standing on the principles and the covenant and the oath that we make. If it passes out of your lips, then you must do your very best to fulfill it. And if the time comes that you cannot fulfill it, then you have to make it known that I can't do what I set out to do. And this thing has to bring grief unto your soul. And you have to ask for forgiveness and not do what it is. But you just don't say you're going to do something and don't do it. She did have a husband. Talia did have a husband. She did have a husband. It was Jehoram, I believe his name was. Jehoram. He died in the war with Ahab. I believe that's who it was. No, he died, I think, fighting with Ahaziah, Ahab's son. That's who I believe. Ahaziah died. Ahaziah, her son, died in the war with Ahab's son. But Ahaziah's father, Jehoram, I believe his name was, Jehoram was Ahaziah's father, and he was married to Atalia. But in the 7th year, okay, we did that. This is the right, and with 2 Kings chapter 11, verse 5. And he commanded them, this is the thing that ye shall do. 1/3 of you, those who come off duty on the Shabbat and guard the king's house, another third being in the gate, sir, and a third the gate behind the guards shall guard the palace. And the 2 divisions of you which come on duty in force on the Shabbat and guard the house of the Most High on behalf of the king, shall surround the king, each with his weapons in his hand. And whoever approaches the ranks is to be put to death, be with the king when he goes out and when he comes in. When I heard that, it touched my heart. To have such warriors by your side, on your team, willing to risk their lives or to give their lives, happily give their lives to protect you, is a powerful thing. People like that don't exist today in large numbers. So therefore, if you find any people like that are willing to risk their lives to protect the king, you have to make sure that they're provided for. That's something that's been lost in our people. Honor, integrity, and loyalty. It's something that has been hidden in the minds of our people for a very long time. It's in you, but most of us don't permeate that through our actions and our thoughts and our deeds. But these men, they stood guard and they protected the king with their weapons drawn. If they would have lost their lives, they would have lost their lives graciously to protect the young king. The captains did according to Jehoiada, the priest commanded, and they each brought his men who were to go off duty on the Shabbat with those who were to come on duty with the Shabbat, but they understood the primary goal, number one, was to protect the king. With those who were to come on duty on the Shabbat, and they came to Jehoiada the priest, and the priest gave the captains the spears and the shields that had belonged previously to King David, which were in the house of the Most High. And the guard stood, every man with his weapon in his hand, from the south side of the house to the north side of the house, around the altar and the house on behalf of the king. Where the warriors at today? Where the soldiers at today? Where those people that's about it at today, that's willing to protect the king? Where they at today? Because that's what we need. We need those men to stand up and be soldiers and warriors today, because in a little while, their lives are going to be needed. We're going to need those type of men right here to do these great works and to be about that life. Because hell is about to break loose in America. And Yisrael is going to need some protectors, some warriors, some soldiers. We're going to need that. And the priest gave to the captains the spears, the shields that had been King David's, which were in the house of the Most High. And the guard stood, every man with his weapon in his hand, from the south side of the house to the north side of the house, around the altar and the house on behalf of the king. Then he brought out the king's son and put the crown royal on him and gave him the testimony. And they proclaimed him king, and they anointed him, and they clapped their hands and sang, "Long live the king." This is beautiful, man. Beautiful. And when Atalia heard this, when she heard the noise of the guards and of the people, she went into the house of the Most High to the people. And when she looked, there was the king standing by the pillar according to the customs, and the captain and the trumpeters beside the king, and all the people of the land rejoiced and blowing trumpets. And Atalia knew at that moment her life was over. When she witnessed that, She knew at that moment her life had come to an end. So she tore her clothes and she cried, treason, treason. Now, who was more treacherous than you, Italia? Absolutely. Then Jehoiada the priest commanded the captains who were set over the army, bring her out between the ranks and put to death with the sword anyone who follows her. For the priest said, let her not be put to death in the house of the Most High. So they laid hands on her, and she went through the horse's entrance to the king's house, and there she was put to death. Several things could have happened in this chapter that comes up in my mind. Jehoiada, had he been a wicked man, he could have usurped that throne for himself. He could have killed the little baby king or the young king. He could have killed the king and then took over the throne by having all those men set up around him and usurp the throne and become king. But he was the high priest, or he was the priest of the Most High. Therefore, he knew in his essence that type of wickedness could not exist. So it's a good thing that he was a righteous man, and he reestablished what should have been held in history throughout all generations, but it wasn't. It was interrupted because of a greedy, evil, wicked woman. And Jehoiada made a covenant between the Most High and the king and the people that they should be the Most High's people. And also between the king and the people. Then all the people of the land went to the house of Baal and tore it down. Then all the people of the land went to the neighborhood church and tore it down. His altars with his images they broke in pieces, and they killed Matan, the priest of Jesus, before the altar. And the priest posted watchmen over the house of the Most High. And he took the captains and the Karaites, the guards, and all the people of the land, and they brought the king down from the house of the Most High, marching through the gates of the guards to the king's house. And he took his seat on the throne of the kings. So all the people of the land rejoiced, and the city was quiet after Atalia was put to death with the sword at the king's house. Now, what was it about Atalia that was a problem? Atalia was Ahab's daughter, Jezebel's daughter. Ahab worshiped the power of the Sidonians, Baal-zebub, I believe it was. They did wickedness. So Atalia would only teach the people to do wickedness. And that's what she did. Joash was 7 years old when he began to reign. In the 7th year of Jehu, Joash began to reign, and he reigned 40 years in Jerusalem. 40 years. His mother's name was Zibai of Beersheba, and Joash did what was right in the eyes of the Most High all his days, because Jehoiada the priest instructed him. Jehoiada the priest raised that young man up and instructed him, and the young man listened. That's what's important. Because a lot of people today don't want nobody telling them what to do, let alone somebody today with a little bit of a power or prestige in life. They don't want nobody telling them what to do. So the young man submitted himself to the leadership of Jehoiada the priest. and he obeyed. And therefore, he worshiped the Most High all the days of his life. It doesn't mean he was perfect, but it means he put the Most High in the forefront of his mind all the days of his life. Nevertheless, the high places was not taken away. The people continued to sacrifice and to make offerings on the high places. They did not fully submit themselves to the Most High. Yohai said to the priests, all the money of the holy things that is brought into the house of the Most High, the money for which each man is assessed, the money from the assessment of persons, and the money that a man's heart prompts him to bring in the house of the Most High. Wait a minute, let's stop there for a minute. You mean people was actually giving money to the house of the Most High? Where they do that at in Israel today? Not you, bro. You know who you are. I ain't talking about you. And not you, sis. You know who you are. I ain't talking about you. And if y'all ain't got no problem with me mentioning y'all names, I'll mention your names. I'll call you out by name. And not you, Ima. You know who you are. Y'all know who y'all are, the emote that do. We ain't talking about y'all. We talking about the majority of the people who don't offer up nothing to the services of the house of the Most High. Nothing, not a dime. Not a dime. We talking about y'all. When will you begin to learn that when you want something from the Creator, you got to do something for the Creator to obtain it? So many people don't understand. I don't care. Listen, family. When you want something from this king, he's going to ask you, what have you done for me lately? And if you ain't got nothing to show forth that you have done for him, the least of all things is called Zadiga, charity. The least that you can do is show and pay alms to the house of the Most High. You all got the Cash App, and if you ain't got it, put in the link. We make sure you get it. Matter of fact, it runs across the bottom of the screen. You all have ways that you can donate so that services and platforms like this can exist and continue to exist, and all that weight don't fall on one man or one household or one family or one community, especially when you reap the benefits of what the Most High has blessed the individuals to do. Somebody got to pay for all of this and things like this. Somebody has to pay for those things. Why can't it be the people who benefit most from these things? I'm going to read that part again. And the money that is in man's heart prompts him to bring to the house of the Most High. That's a beautiful thing. That's a beautiful thing. A man's heart is prompted to give back to the Creator. That's deep, man. That is deep, because not a lot of people feel like that today. A lot of people keep their money in their pocket for their weed, for their cigarettes, so they can smut and buy sex from females, so they can go where they want to go and do what they want to do. Very few people, very few of our people today, when we got out of church, we said no more, and we didn't do no more. We left the church. We gave them all of our money, but we come into the righteousness of the Most High. We don't want to help nobody to become nothing, to do nothing. And I don't understand that part. That part I don't understand. We walk around with our hands out asking the Most High all the time, but we won't give much in return to receive so much that we request. It says, the money that a man's heart, his mind, prompted him to bring to the house of the Most High. I read it 3 times, and it wasn't an accident. He said, let the priest take it, each from his donor, and let them repair the house wherever they need of repairs is discovered. Take that money. He knew he could trust Jehoiada. Why? Because Jehoiada clothed him. Jehoiada fed him. Jehoiada protected him. Jehoiada schooled and educated him. Jehoiada did all these things to prove that he was worthy of being trusted. And guess what he did? He trusted him. He said, you take up all this money that people are bringing to the house of the Most High, and you do this with it. Do whatever you see fit, whatever your heart desires. But the 23rd year, I'm sorry, I moved too fast. But by the 23rd year of King Jehoash, the priest had made no repairs on the house. Therefore, King Joash summoned Jehoiada the priest and the other priests and said to them, why are you not repairing the Most High's house? Now, therefore, take no more money from your donors, but hand it over to the repairers of the house. So the priests agreed. So the priests agreed that they should take no more money from the people and that they should not repair the house. More than likely, what was happening is the people wasn't keeping their part and wasn't giving up the money. They talked about it, but they didn't do it. Then Jehoiada the priest took a chest and bore a hole in the lid of it and set it beside the altar of the right side of one entered into the house of the Most High. And the priest who guarded the threshold put in it all the money that was brought into the house of the Most High. And whoever they saw that there was much money in the chest, the king's secretary and the high priest came up, and they begged and counted the money that was found in the house of the Most High. Then they would give the money that was weighed out into the hands of the workmen who had the oversight of the house of the Most High. And they paid it out to the carpenters and the builders who worked on the house of the Most High, and to masons and the stone cutters, as well as to the buying of timbers and quarry stone for making repairs on the house of the Most High. The Most High's house need to be repaired. It needs to have a constant influx of finances to keep it going, just so that the lights can stay on, so that the building can be heated, so that the grounds can look like a beautiful place, a house of worship. But there are too many Israelites, too many of our people who don't dedicate a certain allotment of their kesef, their money, to the service of the Most High. Too many of us. Verse 13. But there was not made for the house of the Most High's basins of silver, snuffer, bowls, trumpets, or any vessels of gold or of silver, for the money that was brought into the house of the Most High, for that was given to the women, or for the workmen who were repairing the house of the Most High with it. And they did not ask for any accounting from the men with whose hand they had delivered the money to pay out for the workmen, for they dealt honestly. Oh, you see what I'm saying? For they dealt what kind of way? They dealt honestly, in power and respect. Shabbat shalom, my sister. May the Most High be praised. They dealt honestly. They didn't need a contract. They didn't even ask them what you do with the money. They watched the results of what was being done. And the house of the Most High need kesef to exist, to continue on, to keep it going. They understood that. The king understood it. And the king made sure that it got done. And they did not ask for the accounting from the men with whose hand they delivered the money to pay out to the workmen, for they dealt honestly. The money from the guilt offerings and the money from the sin offerings was not brought into the house of the Most High. It belonged to the priests. Wow. At that time, Hazael, king of Syria, went up and fought against Gath and took it. But when Hazael set his face to go up against Jerusalem, Jehoash, king of Judah, took all the sacred gifts that Jehoshaphat and Jehoram and Azariah his father, see Jehoram? Yeah, that's his grandfather. And Azariah his father, the king of Judah, had dedicated in his own sacred gifts, and all the gold that was found in the treasures of the house of the Most High and the king's house, and sent these to Hazael, king of Syria. Then Hazael went away from Jerusalem. So therefore came the time of Jehoash's death. Now the rest of the acts of Joash, and all that he did, are they not written in the book of the Chronicles of the kings of Yehudah? His servants arose and made a conspiracy and struck down Joash in the house of Milo on the way that goeth from Selah. It was Yazakar, the son of Shemith, and Jehozabad, the son of Shomer, his servant, who struck him down so that he died. And they buried him with his fathers in the city of David. And Amaziah, his son, reigned in his place. This man was faithful to the Most High till his death, or right before his death. And the time that he wasn't faithful to the Most High, it was shown. It was shown. And how was he not faithful to the Most High? When he took the treasures of the Most High's house and gave them to a man because he feared that man. He showed that he no longer feared the Creator. He feared flesh and blood more than he feared the Almighty. And that's what he did. And a lot of us today, how does these things apply to our lives today? Do we fear the Most High more than we fear man? Or is the fear of man the epitome of our lives today? Let's talk, family. Let's talk. Let's talk. Any questions or comments, family? I would like to hear from some of you about the lesson in the readings today. I would like to hear from some of you about what it is that you got out of today's lesson. Here's the link for those of you wishing to come up to speak, and for anyone who wishes to type it into the chat room, you can type it in. But I would love to hear from you all what you got out of today's lesson. May the Most High be praised. Talk to me, family. Talk to me. I need to hear what you all got out of today's lesson. Make it clear for me so I can understand. There's the link for anyone wishing to come on to speak. There's the link for anyone wishing to come up to speak. And if not, tap it in the room. Type it in the room. Talk to me, family. Don't make me talk we didn't talk a long time now. Talk to me, family. Talk to me.
Y'all had a lot of chit-chatting going on earlier. What's going on now? Nobody's saying anything. Everybody quiet. Everybody sitting still. What y'all want to read some more? Y'all want to do some more reading? Sister Ornette, where you at? Where you at, Sister Ornette? All right. Ema, ready to speak. Go ahead, Ema. Talk, Ema.
I just wanted to say, like, I guess my favorite part of the whole history lesson that was just read to us and um, broken down to us today was the part about the young king. One, first, how he was protected, you know, for those 6 years, how he was protected from that wicked woman who, demanded to be king, and the way that she came about being king. And then after that, how the people showed their honor and their love and their gratefulness for the blessing of having the righteousness, come unto them again in the reign of a leader. So that was my favorite part, to hear and how long he reigned. And what I've learned just, from history is the length of king's reign truly represents the love the people had for, that particular king at the time. The love and the respect and the loyalty, because, we hear about kings and stuff who reign for a year, get killed, different things like that. So that stood out most for me. It reminded me of what your title is, the zeal for the creator, and withstanding that and holding on to that zeal, no matter what is around us, no matter who tries to bring us down or take it away from us, because that's what will hold us up and keep us withstanding on this earth, instead that the Most High has us in for years and years to come. So, Zehu, that's it.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. May the Most High be praised. Ema, Shabbat Shalom, Ema. Ema Haveret. She said, I'm going to speak to the family today.
Shabbat Shalom. All praises to the Most High. May He bless the congregation and the whole house of Israel. Shabbat Shalom.
Tell Abba we said Shabbat Shalom. We said Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, and turn down I think you got to turn down your TV.
Tell Abba we said Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
Oh, okay. Just a moment. Let me turn Okay, all right. Yeah. Is it? Okay, just a moment. Let me turn Okay, all right. Yeah.
Whatever devices you got in the background, you got to turn down.
Okay, all right.
All you listen.
Okay, is it? Oh,
Is all this coming from your computer?
oh,
Is all this coming from your computer?
I think so. I cut everything down.
Go out and come back in.
I think so. I put everything down.
Go out and come back in.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. Brother Dawid Obadiah Ben Yisrael. The Most High liked it. The Most High liked it. What Yehu Hamelech did to the idolaters and their church. Wonderful. Most High liked it. So this idea about we supposed to respect other people's religion is for the birds. I hear you, bro. May the Most High be praised. All right, Sister Kaiser, what I got out of this lesson, first, please pardon my tardiness, and TMH, the Most High not only protects, he connects. Keep my worldly bond. Stay true to self and never fight a righteous love. Okay, and I won't. May the Most High be praised. And I won't. Looking forward to New Year's. Okay, I hear you, sis. I hear you. May the Most High be praised. The chicken brothel. Hey, Sister Shemaya. Shabbat Shalom. Me and Koresh, the kids, and Ornette are listening in. We on the road home from Orlando. All right. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. We miss y'all. Oh, ain't that nice? Please keep reading, though. Keep reading. Okay. Let's see what we got, Ima. You ready?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Shabbat shalom again.
Shabbat
Um,
Shalom.
okay, I just wanted to touch on two great points that you had brought up. Um, the first one was about, I believe, our us being awakened by the Most High and our responsibilities and things like that. Um, for my part, what I find is the Most High gave us the blessing. For some reason, we were in either His book of life or on the list for us to be waking up. It's not something that was done by chance, even though the Most High gives everybody a chance. And by Him waking us up, He's given us a opportunity and a chance to be worthy of being Israel. No matter what we say or do, it's all in our deeds. If our deeds are not right, when the time comes, we will have to answer for those deeds. And we may make it and we may not make it. It doesn't matter what level we're on. So I think that's why the Most High says that when you return to Him and you do righteousness, then all of your faults will be forgiven. But if you are doing right and then you turn away from Him and do wickedly, then your wickedness will be counted against you. So we're all in a position where we have the opportunity to be acceptable by the Most High. Is not a divine right of kings. So if we could remember that. And as far as we have the responsibility to, our actions is what either promotes, like you said, promotes our way to have all the things that we desire. Because I know as an Israelite myself, I have all of these different things I would like to see in Israel and I would like to have happen in Israel. And I would like for us to be more unified. I would like for us to be more organized, which I think is something that maybe we can think more on, because we're not as organized as we could be, which is going to be helpful because we can see the Most High is working in the earth right now. And the things that are going on, our people are going to be in great need. And we have, in the past, we have had the problem of always bringing up the rear. The Most High is making things obvious. We don't have to bring up the rear anymore. We can plan ahead if that is something that is really on our hearts to do. But like you said, if we don't have the heart to do it, then it's not going to happen. And that's the proof in the pudding. And I just pray that we do have the heart to do it and that we don't wait until it's too late. We're going to have people hungry. We're going to have people in need of places to stay. We don't know what's coming down the road. We know the Most High is going to protect Israel, but the Most High always tells us to use wisdom. So I hope that we do and that we'll be okay. Praise the Most High Yah, because His way is the only way and His word is finite. Glory, hallelujah.
All right. Toda Rabbah, Ima. Toda Rabbah. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely. His way is finite. There you go. Wisdom speaks. May the Most High be praised. The Creator desires a willing heart to help build his house. Absolutely. May the Most High be praised. Oh, good point, Imahavared. He chose us to wake up. Now it's our responsibility to be Yisrael. Absolutely. Shalom, Mishpachah, from all of us. Yah Baruch, you all, and keep you in mind, spirit, and body. May the Most High be praised. All right. Anyone else? Now, sis tells me, please keep reading. Keep reading, though. Keep reading, though. All right. Then y'all got to give me something to read. My lesson for the day was over. But if y'all want us to keep this thing going, just let us know and we'll keep it going. I'd like to talk about. Any more comments in reference to today's lesson?
Oh, Abba, Sister Yakia said in Exodus, when establishing the tabernacle, he called for the willing heart to give. He wants the best, nothing less.
All right. May the Most High be praised. Absolutely.
Sister Esther and family lost but found says we are all a work in progress. Therefore, we have to always contribute to his work in progress.
Absolutely. May the Most High be praised.
And M. Sukari says, grateful for today's message. Having an issue with a neighbor crossing into my family's property too far. Today's lesson keeps me focused on how to work through it all. It's a prayer to be. Guess we'll continue. She said, have y'all seen that show, House of Daweed?
No.
I think we started watching it, but we never finished.
Yeah, we ain't finished. What about it, though? Why you want to know? What's about the show you want us to know? And Ima Sukari, I pray that there's some men around that can handle that business for you, because I wouldn't want you out there, confronting any trespassing issues as an elder woman. I wouldn't want you getting involved in that stuff.
Well, we're going to have to get some brothers to go down there. Sister Yakaya says Ezra and Nehemiah and Nehemiah are two perfect examples of bringing the people back to Torah.
Exactly.
Oh,
Most High be praised.
The end of was a prayer to be vigilant. Okay. Sister Ornese says there was a part in there where Prophet Shemuel was at the Ark of the Day of Atonement and he threw down some Urim and Turim. What are those exactly?
He put down the Urim and Thummim. It's truth and light. It's the breastplate. Urim and Thummim is the lights of truth. They sit on the shoulders of the high priest. And whenever you ask a question of the high priest, one will light up based on the answer, yes or no. That's what the Urim and Thummim are. So he tore them on the ground, must have represented that the priesthood was corrupt.
So they were like answers or something.
There was what?
They were like confirmation.
Yes. It was word from the Most High. They will light up to verify what the answer was, yes or no.
Okay. Ima Sukari says she takes pictures and documents.
All right, very good.
The brother that we just repeated what you said, the yes and no stones. And then I think he was asking something during the Day of Atonement.
All right, well, we have to go watch the House of David again and see if we can complete it, but it's just a movie. The reality is we need to get a Urim and Thummim put back together again today. We need to have some holy people dedicate their lives to the Most High today to sit in positions of priests within our nation.
Yes, that's a form of divination.
It's like throwing casting stone, casting lots, right? In a way.
Yes. I wouldn't say divination like what you're thinking, like conjuring demons and devils. Nothing like that. You want me to get Koresh? Well, I already told y'all that. So the only thing stopping that is y'all. We'll be talking about me getting them. So let's talk, family. Where we reading next? Are there any questions in the assembly on the audience? Are there any questions?
You can't do what you want to do. You're not in charge of me. Uh,
Are there any questions? Anybody have any comments or questions they want to ask?
no, but I was trying to like look back on what Ima Havared was saying about he told us to do.
I can't hear you, Emma.
Okay. About she was saying that the Most High chose us at this time. We have a responsibility, and I think a few other comments were, in support of that, and it made me think about what the elder we spoke to yesterday when she was speaking on when families, whether it be your blood family or people you invite, come to the land, come and live on land, and the responsibility of how the community works together, and it made me think about just the understanding of what that means for people. Do people truly understand that whether they have leadership or not, they have a responsibility when they join into a community, into a family, and communal living goes far beyond just like living in the same space, but the responsibilities of everybody to make sure that that community thrives and actually runs thoroughly. Like she used the example of how where she is, if you don't get up before a certain time, after that time it's way too hot to even do any work. So it's like people have to know the sacrifice, the dedication. And she was saying how really it was simple things that needed to be done before it gets hot, like setting out all the solar lights so that by nighttime every light has the energy it needs to produce for at night, or gathering the water from the wells or wherever they needed to do, and then adding, making the water drinkable, all these things. And she was just really making me think about how how being a part of a community and being a part of other communities that I've been established with, that does break down a community when everybody doesn't do their part. And understanding that it's all of our responsibility. It's not just placed on the people who own the land or someone who has a title, but everybody's responsibility. And I'm always a believer that the Most High places us in places He desires for us to be. And so, I just want to, I'm always going to speak like that, of people understanding the times that are going on right now. So many people are going to be coming to want to live on your land. So establishing rules, establishing order, establishing ground, just everything has to be done, and people have to abide by it, or else we might as well just continue to live in the destruction of the world, because that's we can't survive if we don't have these things and we don't take responsibility and understand that it's all of our responsibility. So I just want to share how imperative it is for people to understand that coming to live on land and having a communal heart and mind is one of the major parts of living on land. It's not just moving your physical body there, and just being there. But it's how are we going to survive together? How are we going to work together? Yes, that's the part. Order and being able to be governed. And it's not and a lot of people, they hear that and they run away because they're like, oh, I don't want nobody to tell me what to do. I'm grown, but we're all grown. However, that doesn't mean we all know how to live amongst each other or survive amongst each other. And that's very important. So I just implore people to start praying about how would they benefit from that experience? What are they gonna bring to the experience? And if they're even capable and ready to live in a community and be communal. I think that's always left out. It's always like, hey, come. But are you ready for that? Are you capable? Are you able? Some people are not. Some people don't have it in them. And it's okay. But it's not okay and not in you. And then and feel like you deserve to be giving. It's like everything is work and everybody has to work to make it work. So that's all that was on my heart to share.
All right. May the Most High be praised. But she's absolutely right. Everybody there has to contribute and do their part in order for it to be success. Because y'all let them folks in if pressure gets out on you. Yes, they will. May the Most High be praised. Total Rabbah. All right. So what y'all want to talk about? We got all this time left. What's the question of the day? Anybody have any questions or comments? Do anybody have any subjects that they would like to see accomplished or tackled? Talk to me, y'all. My lesson is over for today. I did my part. So I'm asking y'all, what is it that y'all would like to talk about today? If y'all have any questions in your heart, post your questions. If you have any comments or anything in reference to a subject that you want to hear about or talk about, maybe we can get together and find a scripture and talk about it. Is she talking about she got some fruit trees? Wait a minute, baby. Ima, tell us some fruit trees for the land. Where they at? Where they at, sis? You got a car? Bring them. Bring them.
I mean, I would like to hear from people about, because this is present day what we're talking about. Like, there is a depression happening in the United States of America right now. There is people who are being laid off, people who have not been paid working for months. People who are so dependent on EBT that when they don't get them this month, what are they going to do? Like, and then those of us who do have, what are we doing to prepare to help or to sustain what we have from those who don't? Like, I know that we are all here and we're all seeing this. So what are we doing to make sure, that we don't become part of the problem, or to be even used or manipulated? Like she said, we got to be strong, because there are going to be people who are going to come begging, crying out, and we have to be able to be strong to be able to weed out, who truly needs the assistance, and if they're going to be a detriment to the growth and to the continued development. Like, how do we do it? And then, even if we can't help them, do we have another place to send them to get help? All these things are so important. And I would like to hear what others have to say about it, because I'm thinking about it all the time.
Nobody's talking anymore. They don't want to talk. They just want to hear me read, but don't tell me what they want me to talk about.
Well, you have to prepare for other things, rest. So I'm just saying, even if you want to have a chickens and goats, okay, listen here. We have We have the capability to house everything that you would like to bring. We definitely have to have some conversations and let's talk about it. And let's build. And even if you don't want to talk about it here, give one a call, because it's very important that we have these conversations prior to just showing up at the gate. I'm being very honest with y'all, and I'm very hard about things, but I'm super sweet, and my husband knows if I see a person in need, I'm really trying to help them, but I don't do it to the detriment of others. So, let's have conversations. Have these conversations. And if we don't have these conversations, we can't have them in the heat of the moment. We can't have them when people are breaking down the gates, and then we trying to have conversations to see who's gonna be real and who's gonna hold the gate up. We gotta have these conversations right now beforehand.
Go ahead, Emma.
Now we have to have these conversations prior. We have to have these conversations prior, to we've been having these conversations prior to what's happening right now in this world, but we got to continue the conversations. And those who truly want to come, we have to have the conversations. And the other part, which I always say, is you got to come out here and see. Stay a day, stay 2 days to truly see. Stay a week. Most people, if you've never done it, it's hard. And if you're doing it out of fear, you definitely won't survive, because the fear is going to always take over. Fear is a powerful energy. And most times when you have so much fear, you cannot succeed. You can't move forward. You can't make the right decisions because fear is leading you. And that fear is an evil spirit. So, we definitely have to tackle these challenges, these conversations, and we got to truly be real with ourselves about if we're able to actually do it. If you're a city person, you got to be a city person. So,
all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Emma.
No, I'm done. I was about to read some comments, but you got it.
Hold on a second. Emma Derecia called on the line. She want to speak to the family. Go ahead, Emma. You got the floor.
Okay, go ahead.
Shalom, princess and princess. The first thing about the land is I have talked with people that claim they want to get out these big cities. And the Most High has even given me a plan. First, I should say all praises to the great I am and got my speech and my tongue on what I'm saying. But there's a process that has to be done. If there's about 25 people in a congregation in another state, let those who have the employment stay in one house, sell your house, rent it out, whatever you're going to do. Move to Beulah land after you go under the inspection or whatever they do, background thing. And then gradually move. You don't have to just uproot yourself like the young man did, and when he got to that place, it looked a mess. It was not livable. So let the people who have the funds coming in stay, even if a bunch of our men have to stay in one house after you got to do this with a plan. You just can't up and get angry and say, I'm ready to go. If you're in any state here, talk with Prince Kaz, and I know he gets on me about recommending people land, but I think it's a beautiful thing. And then you get your little buildings or whatever. You're not going to have a perfect house as soon as you get there, but there are these little cabins you can buy really now for low prices. Come together, purchase a couple of those, send part of the family, and then the ones who still have employment stay where they are, send the money to the land. It's a gradual thing. You're not going to do it overnight. And there are a lot of lands that some of you might not know about already established, but they have their rules and regulations, just like Princess Udai is telling you. You have to set up a government, the government in the Holy Book, and be sure people willing to follow it, beginning with the commandments. We should know the rules and regulations of going to a holy place like Beulah land. and to set up your homes. But it's a gradual thing, and the pressure's coming down so much. The anger of the Most High is already poured out. I don't know why some people say the latter days. We're in the latter days. Look what just happened in Jamaica. Look, California's been burning for 10 years. And people don't even, because we're not in those states, we just enjoy the pleasure we have where we are. But this anger is already poured out. And these people, I have a Nigerian spiritual son. He says that just about every culture on the east of the world is moving into the motherland. And they setting it up just like Ezekiel 36:37 says, 35, 36, 37. They're there, and they preparing that land for us to return. However, I'm going to get off coming to the land now, Beulah land, and get on the fact that the anger of the Most High is already poured out. We're just protected because we are following the best we know how. We follow his law, statutes, and we're doing it the best we know how. I know none of us are perfect, not even myself, because I have to pray and ask, repent, ask for forgiveness for my thoughts sometimes. But we're doing our best. That's why I don't think it's right at our door. Right here in this country called USA, we're not in Chicago where our brothers and sisters, which I don't think they're Hebrews, they could be from another tribe, another child of Noah. But they're killing each other. I don't have that where I am, where I walk out the door and somebody's shooting a gun, or my baby might be going to school one day and never make it home. These things are happening. It's just you're being protected because you're living the way you're doing your best to live the Most High says. And he says in Psalm 91, 10,000 can fall at your right hand or 1,000 at your left, but it's not going to touch you. That's David. Whoever wrote that song, they know about these things. Asaph tells us about in Psalms 83 that he wants the Most High to punish these people who are doing these things that's going to destroy us from being a nation. If you read Psalms 83, these things are happening. Do is follow the blueprint. I call it the owner's manual. Live by this owner's manual we call the Holy Book as best you can, and start gradually migrating. Look how many years it took the Most High to bring us out of Egypt, even though it only took a few days. He had to wean out the ones who was going to tear it down. Now, getting back to the lesson, Yehu did good, but I have to tell you all that since I was put back in my body, it's a spiritual realm. We got it. That's the lesson I would like for you to share, Prince Israel, the lesson on the spiritual realm. And if you type in spirit in relation to the Holy Book, there's over 500 and something references to spirits, good, bad. The Most High spirit could get in you, or evil spirit could get in you. That's what happened to Saul. And I think when Yehu changed, Jehu, the young man, the young king that got rid of all of Ahab's people in this lesson today, I believe he did have a good spirit. So did Jeroboam. Jeroboam was chosen to rule. And as soon as he saw that the children were going down to Jerusalem to worship, he made up his own kingdom in the northern kingdom. Those are spirits that's doing this. That's why I don't get upset anymore with people who do me wrong. I just look at them and silently sometimes I say, I rebuke that spirit in you. Sometimes they don't even know I'm rebuking that spirit. Because I know it's not my sister, my brother, or my best friend, or my girlfriend, or my husband, or my wife. You have to look at when your spouse or your sister, anybody around you that you love dearly start acting like not the person you married or the sister you were raised with. That is not that person at that time. That's a spirit that your relative or your friend has allowed to get in them. And they don't even know sometimes that that spirit is using them. I've learned all this in a year's time after I was knocked down and my spirit left my body and went back in it. And I just pray that Prince Yisrael, Kazarel there, do a lesson at least next week on the spiritual realm. And the worst spirit that's roaming around in Israel right now is divide and conquer. Just watch it. It's coming into your marriage to divide you and conquer you. It's coming into your friendships to divide people you love dearly, like Prince Israel's daughter. That's his baby. And for her to come and tell him about some hair, don't you know there's some videos that say we don't like the way they look, let's sell them beauty? That's the false hair. That's the makeup, overdoing it with the makeup. It's really, or some people overdo it. I had when I was in that other belief system, that pastor said, if you come to this service looking like Bozo the Clown, you have on too much makeup. You know, things in moderation is okay. Your bald head that you covering with wigs, that is a sign you are Israel. Whether it be man or women. I'm not saying you Israel automatically, but read Isaiah 3. He said, instead of well set hair, you're going to have baldness. That's for disobeying his word, living the way we want to live instead of living the way he tells us to live. The curse, everything that's happened to us could be, you could sit in this book when Prince Israel asked, how often do you study? I did a study in the wee hours of the morning, 3 a.m., between 2 and 3 a.m. When he asked that question, I tried to call in or whatever, but I have two different ways I contact BTLK, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm asking you all, just follow the blueprint, follow the owner's manual. You got a place to go, work with Beulah land, Temple Kifarim, and migrate. I don't even want to talk about it much on the phone because you know how our enemy are in Psalm 83. They take crafty counsel against us no matter what ideas we come up with. So I think that's oh, and you also asked what group of people will protect the king. Well, I strongly believe these brothers, I don't believe this is the message the Most High is giving to me. All praises to I am that I am. Those brothers out on the street, I believe from what the Most High is revealing to me, those going to be your warriors here. And they might be a part of that 2/3 that are not going to be in the kingdom when the Most High.
But they in church, Ema. They in church. They in church. They ain't got time for Torah.
You mean the warriors?
Yeah, they in church.
The first day of the week. I'm not talking about the first day of the week, people. I'm talking about those the alphabet children.
That's church. They're Hebrews in church.
That's why the Most High going to use them as warriors. I just said 2/3 of them. 2/3 is not going to make it. That might be a way that he's going to wean the 2/3 out too. The 2/3 got to be weaned out some kind of way. There's only 1/3 according to Ezekiel. When he told Ezekiel to burn his hair and burn 1/3, he said, but I'm going to bring 1/3 to the fire. That's those who stick it to the word, doing the best they can to live by. That I believe those brothers who think they know everything about it, that they just going to be the part of Israel that the Most High used to do whatever he needs them to do in the fighting phase. That's what I'm seeing from what I pray about. Why are they out there and they telling people half truths? Everything that they teach on the street is not right. The way they approach people is not right because that turns people away. But I'm saying that they might be the ones that won't make it. They're just going to be used by the Most High, just like he used armies in the past and got rid of them. He has our enemies fighting each other right now in that land they call Jerusalem. That is not the real Jerusalem. That place was set up in 1948 by the League of Nations. That is not Jerusalem. That's why I believe our brothers and sisters who went there back in the 60s have not been comfortable there since they got there. Because when we get to the Holy Land, it's not going to be that kind of trouble that they're having over there. Things are supposed to change when the right Hebrews, Israelites get to the land. It's not going to be fighting like those people have been fighting since 1948. That's a long time for the prophecy that the Most High gave when we get there. And that's another thing I want to leave you all with this. Please study where the real Jerusalem is. It's much bigger than what that little place they got. They created that place called the East whatever because they put that Suez Canal there to separate it from the motherland. and that belongs to them. They set that up. Really, it's the Palestinians, but they went into that land and took over and killing the people back and forth. Those two groups are our enemies. That's how the Most High operates. He'll make your enemies fight each other, and they don't even know what's going on. So that's what I would like for us to do, a study on the spiritual realm and how it affects our family, our friends, and you yourself. I've done it. I said, now, why did I do that back in the day? Why did I do that? That's a spirit that I allowed to take over me for that minute if I did something that's not normally what I do. It's a spirit. These spirits could get in you through your emotions, through substance abuse, especially alcohol and marijuana and all that stuff. When you lower your spiritual God with the Most High, that wall he puts around you, that's when these spirits could jump into your brain, your mind, make you do something that you normally wouldn't do. Anybody who has said, why did I do that? That's not me. That's when the spirit had taken over your mind, your body, your spirit at that one moment. So please don't get angry with your husband, your wife, your sister, your brother. Look deeper. Just look at her and see what's going on. Are they under stress? Are they angry? Did they have something to drink, something to smoke, whatever that could make them turn? It could be anger. A love can be a spirit that can control you too, what you call love. But it's a spirit trying to separate you, especially families. If you got a beautiful family dynamic going on, you just rebuke anybody that come in your family and try to turn you against one another. But be mindful of Micah 7, because Micah 7 lays down the groundwork of who is going to be affecting you in these last days. That book says, don't even trust the person lying in your bosom. Now, you can't trust the person you lying down with every night. You better keep your eyes open, and it's not the person you're not trusting, it's the spirit that they allow to get in them, to tear down the family dynamic. Look what happened in the garden. That was a spirit of what they call a serpent, came to Eve, telling her some lie, and she fell for it. Instead of going back to Adam and running it by him, even though they said Adam was there with her. That's a spirit. These are spirits. To this day, they don't know what that serpent did with Eve. There's so many conspiracy theories about what happened, but we need to just look at the spiritual realm, and I appreciate if you do a message on the spirit realm and how it's affecting families and friends, and especially the one that divides and conquer. All praises to the Most High. I hope I said everything that I prayed about before I got through to the call. But everybody, please stay strong. Stay in this book. No matter if the whole world seems like it's falling down around you, go to Psalms 91. You can go to Isaiah 40, verses 28 to 31. Go to Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed against you is going to prosper. I'm talking to people who living by this word the best they can now. I'm not talking about people out there on the street who still want to do their own thing and not follow the word. And please tell your baby girl that according to the scripture, if they don't follow what you tell them to do, Prince, you could go to Deuteronomy 21:18 to 21. If we live by these laws from the past, all of us would be in jail. Because this verse, Deuteronomy 21:18 and 21, those parents took their son to the elders. Now, I don't know if Prince has done that, but first of all, you got to respect your father, talk to him kindly or whatever, but once he tells you what you need to do and it goes along with the word, young lady, you do it. She might not be on the line today, but do what your parents tell you to do. The commandments say honor. I think Prince talked about this, honoring your mother and father today. It didn't say if your mom wasn't out there on the street or if she spanked you or whatever you have against your parent. There is no law to specify how that parent should treat you. That law says, honor your mother and father, that your days will be long upon this land, which the Most High gives to us. So if you don't want to live long, disobey your parents. Listen to your father. Don't let your father have to, it's hard out here on the street. Don't leave your father's house when he laid down the rules. These are rules we have to follow. The same rules if you move to Beulah Land. If you don't like them, don't go. Ask them what the rules are there. But don't go to that land trying to change the rules they already have set up. Please. Please just follow the principle. Most High bless that land, bless Prince Ken, Sister Medaya, and the other brother in Goshen. That's a blessed place. We just need to use it the right way. Don't take problems there. You probably need to have a place for people that cause problems. You don't have to kick them off, but there need to be a section to put people just like they have. I call it big people timeout. They have the jail system set up. You're going to need all these things in place, a holding cell or something, because the more people move out there, you might have to tweak your rules and regulations because you're thinking everybody's coming here following this book, and everybody might not be coming there living by the book. So it has to be more than background screening done. You have to really get to know that person, ask them questions based on scripture, not on manly rules and ranks, but based on scripture. Are you willing to do this? Are you willing to follow Exodus 20, Deuteronomy 5, Leviticus 19. The commandments are in all three books, all over the book, really. So that's all I think I have to say today. I've talked about my commandment, and I thank the Most High that we're protected. That was my thank you for earlier in the message. I don't think that came through, but I want to thank the Most High on behalf of all of us that we are not feeling his wrath that's going on right now. Right now, that Hurricane Melissa went through Jamaica, and I don't think we know a third of the damage that it done. I saw a video where a poor little cow was trying to resist the flood flow. I don't know if the cow made it or not because the video cut off, but we need to thank the Most High that we not feeling his wrath here in this country. This isn't a great land, but right now, a lot of his anger is not poured out. California is first because California is what lured people into living sinful. The movies made there, Hollywood. That's why I know the Most High targeted California, because a lot of sin come out of there through the big screen. You got New York gonna be next. Just think of the places that turn people to sin and not follow the word of the Most High. And I love the way Prince put into the message, like he acted like he was slipping up, saying the first day of the week stuff and all that. These things are idolatry. This is all idolatry. Sure, it had BAAL in this story today, but it's everyone that he called, and he haven't even touched on over 1,000 other idolatrous ways of life we can live. That's why I have difficulty with my flesh family and some people who claim to be Israel. They say they following the laws and stuff. Those are the people I trust first. The ones who claim they're Hebrews, and you got to be careful even in our walk of life. So unless you all have a question for me, Prince and Princess, I'm done. I pray the Most High is using me to say what I've been trying to get through all day since I tuned in. So if you don't have a question, I'll say all of you have a wonderful life, not just one Shabbat day or 2 Shabbat days. Have a wonderful life. It's a wonderful life we're headed for, and the time is now. So I'll say Shabbat Shalom. Stay strong.
Shalom, Ima. Great points. Toda Rabbah for the wisdom.
And thank you for saying that. MIB?
Shabbat shalom, Ima.
How did you keep the baby quiet while I was chatting? I didn't hear this little mouth.
She went on mute. She went on mute. Push that mute button.
Okay, it must be the power of the Most High. Well, thank you, Prince and Princess. Thank you. Stay on the battlefield, really, and just pray that whoever comes to the land is have the right spirit, not just the right words, but the right spirit when they come to that land, because I know it's a good thing.
There you go. May the Most High be with you, Eva.
Love you all. Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Well, I put a question when she said, in times of desperation, how can we tell who's truly in need and what is the process of weeding them out? I mean, that's a very a great question. BK, BK, Toda. That's a great question. I think it's it's really a deep way of how to weed out. It's not an easy process.
Hey,
Um,
excuse me. Can you take that little boy in the closet and close the closet door or something?
nah, that's not gonna work. But also the I think the process of weeding out, and then what Ima Havared said was so important, because that I actually had that thought while she was speaking, that we're going to have to establish a place for those who are on the land and who may need to be separated for a minute.
Yeah, establish them to go somewhere else. That's what it is.
I mean, that's my first thought, but then where are they going to go? And then also the other part is, in my security mind, I'm like, how much was exposed to them of what we have that they might not be removed from the land and team up with other people to come back and take or attempt to take what's ours. So
We'll fix that.
there's a whole lot of things that has to be discussed, and I'm gonna tell everybody, we're not gonna discuss it on here, obviously. We're not gonna discuss it over the phone. We would have to call a meeting and people would have to come, and we'd have to truly get into the nick and grit of it. Because it's very important, very important. And like she said, they're going to be people who are not even Israel to come. You know that dream I had, it's going to happen. And it was hundreds of people coming from everywhere. So, and people have already started calling me about, oh, okay, what are y'all doing? Da, da, da. And they're not all Israel. So we have to establish, we have to, figure it out. And I'm thankful the Creator has already put it in us to start having these discussions and plans and things. But it's gonna take, it's definitely gonna take a lot more. Yeah, we're here and we're gonna have we're here for the people. We're here to do the job that the Creator has blessed us to do. I think Autumn had a question. What's the one thing that's keeping you from visiting Beulah land or living on our land?
Rules, discipline, order, structure.
And the first thing is making the decision in their own self of to do it, and then making the call. You have to have a conversation. You have to make the call. But fear, and I saw what Sister Esther, fear is also an infectious blind spot. It is. And we have to we truly have to understand the power that fear can have on people and what it can do in the midst of other people. These are all great points and all good things that we have to talk about. And she said you got to deal with the fears so they don't overtake the mind in times of stressful times. So true. That's something growing up. My grandfather, I hate to say the word beat it, but that's what it was. He drilled it into us, disciplined it into us about the fear and letting anything, especially weakness, overtake your mind. And that's why we went through so many different drills of, being at attention and defense and just understanding that when they call you and you don't move, you got to have the restraint, you got to have the order, you got to have the discipline to withstand whatever it is, that is that might cause you to go against order of your land and of your people. The Creator. You cannot have my phone, and you already know that. Okay.
Let's see you get that little boy some discipline.
Well, I'm not gonna.
I can't wait to see him 2-3 years from now, because he's gonna be a completely different child. Completely different child. All right. Any other questions or comments, family? Anybody else got a question or comment that they want to talk about, bring up, visit?
I'm sorry, what you say? Did you say something? I couldn't hear you. He's making noise.
All right. Anybody else? Any other questions? Any comments? If anybody have any comments or any questions, we're here. Let's see. Let's address some of these questions that might be in your spirit.
I think Sister Shemai said let's set a date to have a meeting. So I'll text you a date, sis. No worries.
Have a meeting where? Here or there?
It's gonna have to be here. With no electronic devices in the midst of us.
Okay. All right. All right, family. I guess that's it. I think we've exhausted all the questions and comments in the readings for today. If there are any objections, please let me know, but don't just object. Object with an answer. Object with a response. Yeah, okay. I got you. May the Most High be praised. All them holy days we be having, we can have a meeting on them holy days, and nobody shows up, or very few people show up, and we can't even have a meeting for the holy days. So let's see what we can do.
Okay,
All right.
I'll call you as well. I'll send you a date too.
All right, we're going to close it out. Do we have any volunteers for prayer today? Do we have any volunteers to close us out in prayer today?
PK said he wants to pray.
Yes, Mr. Otter. You closing us out in prayer, Mr. Otter? There's a link for you, Mr. Otter, if you're closing us out in prayer. All right, there's your link, Mr. Otter. As soon as Mr. Otter get in, we're going to all rise and face the east. Turn off your lights in your home and be ready to approach unto the Most High's throne. Today's lesson was a very good lesson. I enjoyed the spirit. I enjoyed the company. I enjoyed the questions. I enjoyed the message. Most High is good. Most High is good. All right. As soon as he's fully in, there you go. We're going to relinquish the mic. We're going to give Mr. Otter the stage. And let's close out in prayer. Tefillah.
Baruch Shemo, Baruch Shemo.
It's on you, Mr. Otter.
Baruch Shemo. Hallelujah. El Shaddai Elohim wa Elohe Abotenu. Abi Avram, Abi Yitzchak, wa Abi Yaakov. Ata Kadosh, Veshemeka Kadosh, Baruch Shemeka Leolam Wayer. Veshamru Bnei Yisrael et Ashabat la so et Ashabat le Dorotam benit Olam. Beini ubein bene Yishrael koti leolam kisha shet yamim masa El Shaddai wa tashamayim wa ta'adet vayom hashbi Shabbat wayinafa. And the children of Israel shall keep the Shabbat to observe the Shabbat throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. That is 6 days. El Shaddai made the heavens and the earth, and on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. Baruch Shemecha, Baruch Yemenecha, Baruch Torateka, Baruch Kedushateka. El Elyon Melech, El Elyon Malach, El Elyon Imlok, Leolam Wayer. Baruch Shem Gabor Malchuto, Leolam Wayer. Baruch Habor Elohim Min Komo Melech Elyon. Hallelujah, Leolam Wayer. Baruch Shemo.
May the Most High be praised. Turn on Rabah.
No, Baruch Shemo.
Thank you, Mr. Otter.
Anytime, Prince, anytime.
May the Most High be praised. Turn on Rabah.
Baruch Shemo.
All right, family. Thank you very much for being in the assembly today and participating and giving what you had to give to contribute to the lesson. May the Most High be with you all. If it is the Most High's will, we'll see you all next Shabbat. Shalom, 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 lalato.
Shabbat shalom, mishpachah.
Shabbat shalom.
Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim.
This is for the people in the front and the back. Had a lot to do. You know you gotta learn on your plate.
We are Beulah land at Temple Kefar Yim, a community, a school, a family of faith working to build something greater together. Our mission is simple but powerful: to restore, to teach, and to grow. Here at Beulah land, we bring together the vision of Temple Kefar Yim with hands-on action.
Stop it, you got it, yeah, you got it.
Through our Goshen Hebrew Academy, we teach our children the Hebrew language, history, and principles that ground us in our faith. We celebrate Shabbat services and holy days with joy, keeping our culture and traditions alive for generations to come. Our work also reaches beyond the classroom. We focus on community growth, agriculture, training, and safety, building a place where families can learn, worship, and thrive. The name Beulah land comes from scripture, representing covenant, renewal, and a people restored to their land and purpose. That is exactly what we are doing here, restoring faith, culture, and community life. But we can't do it alone. If our mission speaks to your heart, we invite you to support us. You can give through Cash App or PayPal at Build Yisrael, or learn more at www.GoshenHebrewAcademyTempleKefaryim.org. Feel free to contact us at beulahland@templekefaryim@gmail.com. You can also subscribe to our YouTube channel and even become a member to stay connected and help spread our message of faith and restoration. Change up in a minute, as fast as change clothes out the cleaner.